Ladies and gentlemen, councillors, will you please stand for the Chairman of West Northamptonshire Council, the Vice Chairman of West Northamptonshire Council and the Interim Chief Executive of West Northamptonshire Council. Thank you.
I ask you to sit. Good evening, councillors, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Martin Henry, to our troop on the platform. As you know, at each council meeting we invite someone to share an inspirational and independent thought with us, i.e. a thought for the day. Tonight, we are delighted to welcome Neelam Agarwal Singh, joining us fresh from the Diwali celebrations. Over to you, my dear. Up to you.
Good evening, everybody, and namaste. So I was told when I entered that I should do a prayer, and I think prayers are always helpful, and it's a prayer which we do as Hindus at every auspicious beginning. So just 2 seconds of little prayer. Om Bhur Bhurva Swaha Tat Savitur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Dhiyo Yo Na Prachodayat. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. So the end bit is let there be peace. So this was interesting when Alison, the chairman, Councillor Alison Eastwood, asked me to share my experience and see if I can inspire you all. And I felt, well, that's a fully loaded question, and how long have you got? Because people who know me know that I can talk for England, but I will stay disciplined. I've been told between 3 and 5 minutes, so I'll do my best. I think the question was what inspires me, and I think being alive, life itself inspires me. My parents were, and still are, my biggest inspiration. My husband and my children, they inspired me. My life since I came to UK in 1981 as a young woman, it's been full of challenges from day one. The biggest challenge was, it was a cold winter February month, and my ex-husband bought me a diary which said end of March, summer begins, and I waited and waited, and then it snowed in April. Now, my biggest challenge when I came to UK was not being able to speak a single word of English. Although I'm a graduate from back home, but because I could not communicate in English, even saying hello was a big effort for me because we said namaste. It just made me feel how uneducated I am. In India, throughout my education life, I was highly respected and regarded by many in the town I grew up, including my teachers. I wasn't a teacher's pet, but because I excelled at everything I did in India. Having a strong faith, being very hardworking, having strong principles in life, karma plays a big part in my life as a Hindu, being truthful, and the strong values instilled in me by my parents helped me in life and helped me to overcome any challenges I faced in this country. When I started, so I'll give you an example. So when I started IHWO back in 1996, being a Hindu woman, but from very minority Hindu section. And I was also a single parent at the time, was a major factor in this challenge that I remember somebody somewhere saying to me, and whispers going around, that let's see what this Punjabi woman can do, what we couldn't do. And you know, I am not even Punjabi, I speak Hindi. And I remember whispering to myself and saying, well, okay, let's see what this little woman can do, and we'll see about that, because that's just me. IHWO will be 30 years old next year, and as Alison said, we just celebrated 25 years of Diwali anniversary in this town, which was a magnificent event, but that's not me saying it, that's what everybody is telling me. And that's what matters. Throughout my life in UK, I understood the value of listening, commitment, being kind, passionate, and determined, and be successful at everything you believe in. If you work hard for what you believe in, you can make it happen. I feel very lucky standing here. I feel very blessed today when I look back at my life. And I do thank the Almighty for His blessings. I thank my parents for their teachings, for the upbringing, the values they instilled in me. I do thank sincerely my husband and my children for their outstanding support, and at times letting me get away with murder, virtually, because I'm hardly ever at home. People who know me, I'm out and about all the time. But not a single word of complaint, not even once asking me where is the dinner. And I think I value their outstanding support I receive from them. I'm grateful to my wonderful friends and colleagues for standing by me, believing in me, and being my strength and support. I'm a firm believer of, as Gandhi ji said, be the change you want to see in others. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to share my small personal journey and experiences. I will end by saying, if there is a will, there is a way, and treat others how we want to be treated. And if we can have some of those nuggets, the principles, I'm sure we can't go wrong. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Roger. Item 1. Apologies for non-attendances. The Head of Democratic and Electoral Services will read out the apologies received.
Thank you, Chairman. Apologies have been received from Councillors Richard Butler, Fiona Cole, Cameron Emery and Bob Purser.
Item 2, declarations of interest from members and officers. I've been asked to read this comment again. To receive any declarations of interest, West Northamptonshire Council takes seriously any breach of the Code of Conduct where a matter arises at a meeting in which a councillor has a disclosable pecuniary interest. The member must declare the interest, not participate or participate further in any discussion or vote further on the matter, and must not remain in the room unless granted a dispensation. Councillors are asked to declare the item number in which they have an interest and the nature of that interest, and whether it is disclosable pecuniary interest or a non-statutory interest. Thank you. Item 3, minutes of the Council meeting of the 26th of September 2025. Is it the Council's wish that I sign the minutes of the previous meeting as a true and accurate word? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. I haven't signed it, but I will in due course. Do I have some papers? They may be underneath everything.
We'll find it.
We'll find it. Okay. All right. The Chairman's announcements. As you know, it has been an active and wonderful summer, filled with events that has brought our communities together. From the excitement of women's rugby to the 350 The Great Fire commemorations spanning Oak Apple Day, through to the closing service at All Saints Church on the 20th of October. We celebrated Pride Month along with various festivals and vibrant carnivals throughout our county, and most recently, the magnificence of Diwali, the Festival of Light, and along that side of that, Northamptonshire Day last month. We also marked a significant milestone with the opening of Maggie's Cancer Support Centre last month, an incredible achievement with only over 200 people visiting the centre within the first 5 days. You have on your desks a little brochure that shows you the significance of what we do. I invite you or any of your friends, family, to attend without due reservation, and it's free at the point of access. Maggie's are also holding a carol concert in aid of Maggie's on the 17th of December at All Saints Church, details which will have been shared on your calendars. However, you can turn up on the night, but I would advise you to book in advance through Eventbrite using the date and Maggie's of the 17th of December. Looking ahead, the festive season in Northampton promises to be spectacular. Highlights including Christmas light switch on, which happened this weekend, and despite the weather, there were a good turnout. Santa's Grotto in the Grosvenor Centre, open weekends throughout December for families to enjoy. Market Square on Ice, our brand new covered ice rink, opens on the 4th of December through until Sunday the 4th of January. There will be skating sessions, themed DJ nights, and seasonal activities alongside a licensed bar. A carol concert in the Market Square is scheduled for the 13th of December, and I strongly encourage all councillors to attend these public events. Please let us remember that we were elected to serve our constituents, and they expect us to see us actively engaged in the public arena. Once again, I would also urge you all to continue working together collaboratively across parties and supporting projects with integrity and transparency. I want you to note that Councillor Arnold has said to me tonight, his door is always open. Please use it. Paul Hanson gave a wonderful Zoom call on etiquette the other night. Not just the limitation of etiquette, but what it is to be in council, what it is to be expected of us as public persona. I would advise you to ring him, send him an email, and ask him to send you a copy. There were 31 of us online. That leaves, by my deduction, 33 that could also have been there, or 32. Please take advantage. It's invaluable material. Now, members will have noticed that in addition to many important items of business, we have a number of motions and amendments to deal with this evening. And in order that we might progress through the business at a reasonable pace, I am planning to try to limit comments on motions, etc. allowing for a balance of representation from each group. There may be some motions or reports that require minimal discussion, while other subjects will, of course, require extended discussion. Please keep all your questions short and succinct. I have also decided, after the last meeting we had, in order to make some time for questions, Cabinet members will not speak to their reports. However, I will invite the leader, if he wishes, to make any last-minute updates. Members wishing to ask a question may use the microphone queuing system, which means Cabinet members will need to take a note of all of their questions and respond once they have been asked. I'm going to limit questions to 4 per Cabinet member, beginning with the leader, then the deputy leader, and so on. I have asked the opposition group to coordinate this. I hope this means we can fit more questions in, but I would also once again ask members to be succinct with their questions and mindful that others may also have questions as well. There is a plan afoot to review the Council procedure rules along with the rest of the Council's constitution via the Democracy and Standard Committee. A report will be submitted to the Council in the summer months. And now, after that extended little speech, I move to the leader's announcement. Item 5. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do look forward to seeing you on the ice next week. Evening members, residents in the public gallery, those watching at home or elsewhere online. Privileged to be speaking with you again today and reflect on what's been an intense, productive and at times very surprising few months here at West Northants since the last time we gathered together in this chamber. Not least, we're now under the safe stewardship of Martin Henry, holding the post of Interim Chief Executive. Thank you, Martin. We've already enjoyed a number of high-profile interviews, notably the World Tonight on Radio 4 last week, and this morning The Economist, who joined us at Angel Square. It is, after all, the administration's priority to increase the visibility of this council and polarise our course in the national marketplace. And indeed, the administration and the council has been referenced in Hansard in the last couple of weeks in Parliament as well. Over the last 8 weeks, we've seen real momentum in regeneration. The Greyfriars regeneration development's moving forward with a community consultation. It's shaping a vibrant mixed-use destination in the heart of Northampton. I'll acknowledge the work of my colleagues opposite before they left government, local government, and we continue their legacy for the greater good. We've also seen the work starting on the St James bus depot. It's well underway. It's now making visible progress in the £33 million regeneration programme. We've also seen, and I thank members for attending, the opening of Castle Park, then the revitalised Market Square. We now, as the chairman referenced, see hosted events in there on a regular basis, not least Diwali and Neelam, who we heard from a moment ago, followed by the parade, but also the Northamptonshire Day celebrations, which many a member from this chamber were in attendance. I'm very pleased you continue to support events that we put on. In contrast to the opening of the Market Square, the cost of the programme for Northamptonshire Day was markedly less, but the outcome and the output from that event was significantly greater. And last week we saw the Town Council Christmas light switch on, which was also widely supported by members present. So thank you, everybody. On the local economy and cultural impacts, the numbers are now back in to West Northants for the Rugby World Cup. It was an absolute triumph for this area. Nearly 10,000 people attended the fan zones in the Market Square, and 48,000 people around that attended the matches at Franklin's Gardens. So for those of you who did attend, you'd have seen the world-class sport on display. And it's not just about the sport, it's a showcase of our ability to host world-class events here in West Northamptonshire. And now we've got a footprint and a renewed focus and confidence in attracting major events to the area. In tougher news for the residents, our national government delivered another red box of broken promises yesterday that simply won't help working people here in West Northants. It provides no help to the ever-growing burden that's placed on local councils like this one, where there's very little low-hanging fruit to pick from when we have a crusade to deliver our statutory services that we have to deliver by law. When it comes to our own budget in West Northants, we've also pushed on. We've reported our efficiency savings of £20 million to date in an effort to close the gap of over £50 million for 26-27, and that work continues. But let's be honest, local government can't continue to run on efficiency alone. And you'll have seen articles that I've written in outlets such as the Municipal Journal and the Chronicle and Echo that highlight the level of need that we've got here in West Northamptonshire. You know, we've got pockets of deep deprivation. I'm sure we'll hear of that later on. Yet these are masked by more affluent wards, leaving us classified as average need. And that misclassification itself costs us millions in grants, and we go unfunded to transform the lives of our residents. I've been very vocal through those articles, direct lobbying from our MPs on recent visits to Parliament, direct engagement in writing with ministers that I'm yet to hear a reply from, but I wait in anticipation. That's all calling for fairer funding, and we'll continue to press for reform in those areas. In another first for this council, under this administration, we're going to be receiving our first petition this evening. And that relates to the new booking system in place at the council's household waste recycling centres, something the last administration negotiated as part of the contract renewal, but something that's actually delivering some good for our residents already. So it's, you know, I'm not sure this petition is anything more than a load of rubbish itself. It's perhaps worth clarifying, though, for the record, as I note I have no right to reply to the petition, that we have a couple of facts here for you, that the administration inherited this project that I pointed out from the last administration with FCC in post, but it's actually delivering very well so far, and we're very pleased with the output. The waste that was being processed through those centres, approximately 10% from the figures I've been given, was coming from outside of the area. So it's important we stand up for West Northants taxpayers, and we do not pay for waste that's not coming from our area, something I know the previous administration thought significantly of. And there's also the points of waste that's coming from trade waste, largely being dumped in domestic vehicles that's from a commercial foundation. However, what I can say to you is that in week 3 of the booking system, 89% of the visits from at the recycling centres across West Northampton were from bookings. So there's a significant move there that people are adopting the system and they do understand it. So, Madam Chairman, many people present would argue this is a frivolous waste of time. We will see. But before we move on with tonight's substantive agenda, I'd like to extend my thanks to the residents present and those online. Thank you for your continued support and engagement with the council as we improve our visibility and we reach you in your parishes and town council meetings and in the areas of community events. Every decision we make here in this room and at our cabinet meetings is about building a stronger, fairer and more vibrant West Northamptonshire. Together, this council, led by my administration, is shaping a future that we can all be proud of. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Arnold. We move on to item 6, public participation, petitions. There has been one request to present petitions at the meeting, as Councillor Arnold has told us. Councillor Stuart Tolley, on behalf of West Northamptonshire residents, is to present a petition regarding the implementation of the booking system for the waste centres. Councillor Tolley, you have up to 3 minutes to speak on the petition, but can you please do so from your chair?
Thank you, Chair. And I think calling the petition a load of rubbish is a bit of an insult to all the people who've signed it, I may point out. So, West Northants Lib Dems are proud to present this petition on behalf of the residents. This initiative was started as a direct response to resident concerns over the new booking system that was introduced for household waste recycling centres on the 3rd of November. Around 700 residents have now signed this, which shows that there are many within West Northants who are not happy with the new system, which is not even a month old. When we initially started this petition, we had two main aims. Firstly, to redress the glaring lack of consultation with residents, who only had a month's warning that these changes were taking place, although the change was buried in decisions taken by the previous administration in 2023. It seems to have come as a surprise to many, especially new councillors elected to this council. These are not small changes either, having a sizable impact on people's lives and decisions when it comes to waste and recycling. The number of signatures gathered over a short time reflects the public shock and dismay over this move. The second aim of this petition was to suggest that a more appropriate move would have been to trial this at select HWRCs rather than the blanket approach that was taken. Obviously, we have now moved past this as the system is in full operation across WNC. However, the point about consultation remains very much alive, it being a fundamental duty of this council and administration to be transparent and to keep residents at the heart of their decision-making. Much of what we've heard by talking to residents is at present anecdotal, and it's good to hear some information tonight, but it would be good to have information provided on the following questions. So thank you to have a bit of an update on the state of the booking system, but from what we have gathered talking to residents, many of the slots in some areas remain unfulfilled. And is this the case everywhere, and what is being done to address this? Our second main question would be to ask what effect has this had on recycling and fly tipping. Many of my colleagues have seen increased reports of fly tipping as going to the tip by putting it, and as well as issues of overspill on the curb and over-recycling, as many residents decide to avoid going to the tip by putting additional boxes and other recyclables next to their blue bins, causing potential hazards, especially in current weather conditions. Thirdly, we were promised that the new system would improve recycling rates. How is the council quantifying this as we approach the end of the first month? It would be very good if we could get this in hard data, as Walter Mondale would say, the beef, to know how the current system is operating. It would also be useful to know how the council intends to report and measure against these metrics as the scheme develops, especially recycling rates. This should give us the necessary evidence on hand to assure the public that the system will deliver as promised. It may well be fine and just a success, but at present we are very much in the dark.
Councillor Solly, will you finish, please?
Yeah, very much a feeling all of us had in the days leading up to the initial change in November, and something we would very much not like to repeat.
I thank you, Councillor Tolley. Spot on. Thank you very much. And now, statements. There had been 3 requests to address the meeting. Unfortunately, Mrs. Kim Fuller is unable to make it, so I start with Miranda Wixon. She has asked to address the council in relation to item 12, Youth Justice Plan. Mrs. Wixon, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. Namaste. Like Neelam, I too am a Deputy Lieutenant and I'm delighted to hear her entrance to this meeting. Before I begin, I just want to explain as to why I feel strongly on this subject. I've spent 40 years working with vulnerable children, families, communities, and 30 of those years here in Northamptonshire. As a nurse, a founder of community organisations, as a chair of Northamptonshire VCSE Assembly, and as a member of the Youth Justice Management Board. I've worked across health, social care, youth justice, domestic violence, and the voluntary sector. What this has taught me is that behind each of these reports lies stories, and it's the stories of where the system is working and where it is failing our children. And so today I want to tell you a story. Family from Daventry, 2 children aged 10 and 6, moved to London seeking better work opportunities. For a while things were steady until pressure or alcohol or drugs or mental health, we will never know exactly what, caused everything to unravel. One night the father assaulted the mother so severely, in full view of the 2 little children, that she had to be hospitalised. As soon as she could, she gathered up the children and fled back to Daventry to stay with their nan. Domestic abuse services stepped in to support Mum, but the children, as so often happens, received no support at all. The little boy, let's call him Josh, returned to school carrying trauma no 10-year-old should ever know. His distress came out as difficult behaviour. Instead of being supported through it, he was removed from his mother and placed in care, not locally, but in Manchester. His mother then spent the next 4 years trying to get him home. When he finally returned to Daventry, he entered secondary school, but the early trauma had shaped his behaviour. He struggled. He was considered a risk. And once again, he was removed, this time placed in care in Wales. Chair, these people were not bad parents. They were a family that were hit with a devastating set of circumstances. But the real victims here are the children, whose lives have been put into a trajectory that leads only too predictably towards the criminal justice system, as we read here tonight. Now contrast this with another story you all well know. Marcus Rashford, raised by a single mum, one of 5 children, a family facing poverty, food insecurity and enormous pressure. But his mother introduced him to football young. By 7, his talent had been spotted. Football became his anchor, giving him purpose, discipline, belonging and community. Marcus himself has said that his success is down to his mum, his community and football. 2 boys, 2 families in hardship, 2 trajectories, shaped entirely by support around them. Many of you know that I have been a passionate campaigner for protecting children's access to football, not just because it's a support, but because it's a community. It is resilience, it's mentorship, it's belonging, and for many children, it's the only positive structure in their lives. Football is but one example.
Ms Rickson, can you finish, please?
But across West Northamptonshire, our voluntary groups are performing every day to support children from harm. Chair, every child in West Northampton deserves the best possible trajectory. The Youth Justice Plan is clear. We do not want our children entering the youth justice system. And this is a critical point. Many of our children who ended up in the system are first known to police as early as the age of 4. It is our duty here, all of you brilliant people on both sides of this room, to carry out your duty, to act early, act together.
Are you going to finish,
and
please?
act now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Rickson. And now we have Jason Sparkle, I hope that's how it's pronounced, forgive me if not, has asked to address the Council in relation to item 7, opposition priority business. Mr Sparkle, you will have up to 3 minutes to speak.
Thank you, Chair. The proposed new local plan offers a once-in-a-generation opportunity to set out a bold, hopeful vision for the future of West Northamptonshire. A future that young people like myself will be happy to inherit. This evening, the Conservative opposition will call upon the Cabinet to consider the plan's impact on infrastructure, services and well-being to ensure fair distribution.
Mr Sparkle, I'm sorry, we long to hear what you have to say. Can you project?
Apologies.
It's all right.
This evening, the Conservative opposition will call upon the Cabinet to consider the plan's impact on infrastructure, services and well-being to ensure fair distribution and to strengthen engagement. Yet has chosen to neglect the resolve the need for even the most basic of environmental and ecological considerations. To remind the Council, government guidance on effective local plan making reads as follows. Plans set out a vision and a framework for the future development of the area, addressing needs and opportunities in relation to housing, the economy, community facilities and infrastructure, as well as a basis for conserving and enhancing the natural and historic environment while mitigating and adapting to climate change. The private sector has enjoyed a decade-long monopoly on developments across West Northamptonshire, showing little concern for local planning policy. Putting this into context, a Wild Justice report titled Lost Nature, produced by researchers at the University of Sheffield, revealed that housing developers are regularly breaking legally binding promises to help preserve wildlife, while councils are failing on enforcement. As a unitary authority directly responsible for the health and welfare of its residents, policies under the new local plan must demonstrate a willingness to deliver pollution-free living alongside prosperous new communities. We are not only allowed to be visionary here, but we are required to be. Being a part of Gen Z, I have first-hand experience of having life-changing decisions made for me or on my behalf, with little to no consultation for what would actually be best for me and my peers. I therefore strongly encourage the Cabinet to not only consider the implementation of the highest possible environmental and design standards, but to actually back up any policies with enforceable sustainability and community benefit measures. Thank you.
I thank you. Public questions. We have received no written public questions this month. The questions and responses are set out on the document that has been circulated. So I thank you for the public domain, for the speaking that you've done. Item 7, opposition priority business. I will invite Councillor Fiona Baker to move the motion.
Thank you, Chairman. 5 minutes. The aim of the motion is to draw in those most affected by planning issues, local town and parish councils and their residents. This motion advocates to do just that. The changes in planning and the drive on building more houses is destroying our local areas. Earlier this month, I was a speaker at a planning inspector's appeal where a plan for 750 houses outside the boundary of my ward, Brackley, is looking like it will be approved. This is a tag-on to the back edge of town with no thought at all for the infrastructure of the market town that we live in. No way of integrating those residents into the town. We need parish councils, residents and ourselves to work on plans that add benefit to our locations and ensure that people feel a part of the area they live in. The development on Brackley will be for 750 houses outside of the town boundary, with the potential, therefore, of 1,400 extra cars on the roads, as we have no adequate bus services. WNC needs a plan for our district to enable these homes, if they are needed, to be part of a wider plan, including infrastructure needed to support the people to be able to live their best lives. This needs to happen now. Once permission is given to build outside the ward boundaries, this will open a floodgate, and my ward will join the next village very quickly. Thank you, Chair.
I thank you, Councillor Baker. I will invite Councillor Pinder Chauhan to second the motion. You have 2 minutes. Councillor Ware, can you turn off your microphone?
It's working. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm happy to second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
I thank you. We have attended on this one amendment. I'd just like to remind you that amendments are not subject to debate. The mover of the motion and the mover of the amendment have a right of reply instead. So, therefore, I invite Charlie... I beg your pardon?
Constitution Rule 29.19. This is a breach of the rules of debate on amendments. Any amendment to a motion must have part or be relevant to the current motion which is being tabled. The introduction which this is placed in this amendment is not relevant to the motion on the local plan or the forthcoming local plan. Thank you.
I thank you. We're just going to confer. Which paragraph in the Constitution are you actually referring to? 29.9. Thank you. In red. Do you want to clarify it? Would you like to reply? Would you like to reply? I'm going to ask Sarah Hall to address the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Having reviewed it, I'm satisfied that it actually provides context, so I'm happy that it can be permitted. We'd looked at this already and we're satisfied that it fell within the realms of the Constitution provision. I
thank you. Therefore, we will continue. I believe Councillor Charlie Hastie that you wish to move the amendment.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. As per the amendments given out in handout, the actual amendment in red is basically along the lines of this. The failures of the previous administration to meet its affordable home target in the last 3 years, and during this period the Council approved numerous private developments while failing to meet its own social housing commitments in West Northamptonshire. Furthermore, where we have must, we want to amend to has the opportunity. Where it should become could. Again, where it should be may wish to. Further on down, that new housing allocations may be fairly distributed across the urban rural areas based on appropriate evidence and appraisal. And then support the new administration's priorities. And again in red, which could include opportunities, again in red, through the neighbourhood planning process. Thank you, Chair.
I thank you. Is that all you wish to say? I've actually got some more notes, but it doesn't matter. Councillor Thomas Manning to second the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I would like to second this amendment and I reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
I thank you. But remember that the chairman has to ask... There's a right of reply. Oh, I'm sorry, Councillor Manning, you can't reserve the right to reply because there's no debate. Remember, this is an amendment. All right, we all have to learn, me included. All right, Councillor Fiona Baker, do you accept this amendment?
Madam Chairman, I do not accept this amendment, and I find the social housing statement to be quite offensive and obviously made because of lack of understanding on how the social housing system works with developers, because we have worked exceedingly hard to get developers to build social housing in West Northants, and halfway through the process they suddenly decide it's too expensive and they can't do it. I'm sure our administration will discover that for themselves in the fullness of time.
I thank you. And now I'd like to ask Charlie Hastie, please, to comment.
We are working with, obviously, developers extensively. There is, continual dialogue going on. I believe that the failures, basically, of the big homes, especially places like Avenue Campus, are still a legacy that we have haunting us. That's basically that we will continue to work to provide not only council social housing, but also work with developers closely, following the planning guidelines. Thank you, Chair. Madam Chair.
I thank you, Councillor Hastie. Right, as you know, there is no debate on this subject matter. We are now going to vote for, against, or abstention on this amendment.
What's wrong?
Sorry, have you got Councillor Arnold? Put up your hands if you have any problems.
Switch it on. It's because they haven't switched it on. Oh, what the hell is that? Like me, they haven't pressed it.
We're not giving numbers, we're just saying.
Switching the machine.
Yeah, it was blank. It wasn't. So bear with me.
Are you now all able to vote? Any hands up? I can't see any from this perspective. Any rate, the vote has been carried. I repeat, the vote has been carried. Therefore, this is the end of the amendment, and I would ask Councillor Baker to respond to the debate. You have 2 minutes. Haven't it? So what do I go on to next?
Substantive motion.
Yes.
So we just go to the debate.
Invite speakers now.
I haven't got that. I haven't.
Yeah, so just invite speakers and I'll make sure. Invite speakers and I'll make sure you've got the right.
Okay, all right. Sorry, my boo-boo. Well, I will invite speakers, but I'm waiting for the list on my screen. I know, but you see, I haven't got anything up here yet. Only... Councillor Ware, please.
Thank you, Chair. I note the amendments proposed to the priority opposition business have removed clear targets. Must is now replaced with has the opportunity to, and should is replaced with could or may wish to. It's all a bit limp and not an aspirational target. I'm disappointed with the administration's amendment. Nonetheless, I welcome this business being brought to Council. I have particular concern now that central government funding to support the development of neighbourhood development plans has been withdrawn. And I think that any opportunity to support town and parish councils and residents to have an active role in shaping the future environment is beneficial and should be encouraged and enabled. I take this opportunity to thank the planning policy team for the support and advice given to parishes in my ward where neighbourhood development plans are close to submission. Their support post the funding withdrawal has been invaluable and appreciated in the parishes, so thank you very much. There is some of this motion that is business as usual and already in hand with the development of the local plan. The consultation on the local plan is imperative. Parishes are waiting to play their part, and the delay in consultation has subsequently caused some parishes' neighbourhood development plans to be delayed too. We must make progress swiftly as possible with the consultation in order that we can enable towns and parishes to take an active role in their futures. Thank you, Chair.
I thank you. Councillor Cali, please.
Thank you, Chair. We as the Labour Group attended to be with the first initial motion presented by the Conservative. But our concern about housing is far much greater in the sheer quantity of accommodation needed. We have over 2,125 households on the register, housing hold register, with live applications and further 3,205 households waiting for their applications to be assessed. Over 800 households, as you know, are in temporary accommodation, families on waiting lists for housing. We aren't keeping the pace with the need of more housing here. On average, the Council has been directed providing only 89 affordable homes each year. So yes, of course, housing should be fairly allocated across of West Northamptonshire area. The evidence is that it's still especially needed in the urban areas. Of course, it should be only accompanied by the infrastructure. Communities need schools, doctors, faith buildings and shops, transport and community centres, as well as homes. And of course, local people must be involved in developing the plans of their areas. That means generation of existing urban areas, as well as new development.
Councillor Cowley, can you finish, please?
I will. In my ward, Castle Ward, we have pressed over Northampton forward to establish 4 community subgroups to take account of the views of the community. The planning without people does not work. Above all, we need to see plan deliver more
finish,
housing,
please, Councillor?
especially affordable social housing with the necessary infrastructure to ease housing pressure. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arnold, I have 4 speakers after that, and that will be this on this particular subject. Thank you, Councillor Arnold. All right, I'll have to, you've double bumped, I'll have to put you back at the bottom. Councillor Lister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I just want to reiterate how strongly I value the role of parishes and role of parish and town councils. They are the closest layer of democracy to our residents. They see and hear what happens in communities long before issues may reach the unitary level. They're at the heart of community life and often the first place residents turn when they need support, advice, or simply a listening ear. They know their villages and neighbourhoods better than anyone. The people, the pressures, the strengths, and the quiet challenges that don't always get seen from the centre. That local understanding shapes how issues are spotted early and how solutions are built from the ground up. Those weren't my words, those are what Councillor Hastie said in the latest town and parish briefing. In one of my local villages, Long Butby, we have already seen numerous new housing developments. Now the government wishes to see development automatically approved at any location within 15 minutes of a train station. We must not be like the government and ignore local people. We must give them a real say on how many homes are built and where development takes place. Those who voted for this amendment have taken the power out of parish councils' hands. They have watered down the commitments from must and has the opportunity to and should to could, from giving parish councils an active role to suggesting they only may wish to participate. For all the talk from this administration about putting power back in the hands of local people, when the reality came, they ran from giving local people a real say. Warm words about valuing parish councils mean nothing when you strip out the commitments that would actually give them power. Your towns and parishes will remember this day. They will remember who stood up for their right to shape their communities and who chose their warm words over real power. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Davenport.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with the principal motion because it is good to have all our wants and needs in the local strategic plans and to consult with all involved. And correct me if I'm wrong, by my understanding is that they cannot be used to entirely stop a development on private land, but they can guide, shape and restrict it in accordance to national planning policies. And Councillor Baker did say something along these lines, because the way I see it is if someone's got a large plot of land and they put in for a planning application for housing development, we can reject it. I remember 10 years ago, I think it was a Collingtree development, the developer appealed the rejection and it cost NBC £600,000 in legal costs. And even if we'd won that appeal, they could go to the Secretary of State and he or she would probably pass it. And with the amendment, the affordable housing, I do take a bit of offence to that. We have had Section 106 agreements for affordable housing, but we did not get what we were promised. This being because an independent, apparently, viability assessment would determine, and it could be midway through the build, the amount of affordable homes.
Councillor Davenport, please finish.
And Section 106 payments were no longer viable by this study for the site, and we had to allow them to build less affordable homes. Developers know the ropes.
Councillor Davenport, please finish.
Once this sentence, and they can get away with it.
I thank you. Councillor Chauhan, you've reserved the right to speak at the end. You can only speak once. Would you prefer to speak now or at the end of the debate? I'm sorry, I can't hear you. You prefer to speak now. Please. Now you've dropped out of the queue.
Madam Chairman.
She's in. All right. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Madam Chairman, thank you for the announcement at the beginning about working very closely together. Nice speech at the beginning, but I think the party opposition, the opposition party have already opened up an attack line when it came to this amendment. So I want to say, while housing developments across West Northamptonshire have grown at an unprecedented pace, and while we all understand that the need for homes that we've seen, while we all understand the need for homes, what we all understand is development without the essential planning that connects communities together. There has been little consideration for health services, transport links, or community infrastructure. This is not sustainable, and it is not fair on our residents. The forthcoming local plan gives us an opportunity to change this. It must reflect the cumulative impact of what has already happened and work closely with parish councils and local residents to ensure that their voices are not only heard, but the council provides a commitment to protect communities. Development should be proportionate, and the school, transport, health infrastructure must come first, assessing the needs of the local population. In my own ward of West Hunsbury, for example, I fought hard to protect our green space on Teal Close. Whereas Charlie Hasty has tried to help me with this situation here, we had conflicting information from the Finance Cabinet member who said that they needed to sell this space to developers in order to develop or meet housing targets. So we need some clarity when it comes to working with members as well. And in Coventry, there is population growth, and this growth is within the population is growing rapidly. Been campaigning for GP surgeries alongside the parish council to ensure that the health infrastructure is addressed and there is no gap. These are real issues affecting
can you
real
finish,
people.
please?
I'll be finishing in a second. The business being discussed here is to ask for commitment from this council that shows residents and parish councils that we will commit to a local plan that delivers for communities and to ensure that future growth is fair.
Councillor Jahan, can you finish, please?
I'm finished, thank you.
I thank you. Councillor McCord.
Hi. Thank you, Councillor McCord, for swapping places.
Oh dear.
All right, Councillor Arnold will take you first and Councillor McCord second.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I mean, I've made a couple of notes as we've been listening around the room. You know, the words here, tell people what they should do, was heard in the campaign for the election when people didn't want to be told anymore that what they heard from the members opposite was what they wanted to do. That's why they voted differently on May the 1st. Long may that be remembered. There's a considerable piece of work being done by our local team, our planning team in the office, and their work's to be commended, not least Alan Munn and Richard Wood on the planning policy, who are doing the large formative work on this. But I have received a letter today, just before the meeting, in fact, from Matthew Pennycook, the Minister of State for Housing and Planning, who makes reference to the importance of local plans. I'll happily share this with members in the morning. But it does say the current systems are neither optimised for speed nor community participation, and that is something that we will do. The amendment to the motion that was put in there that said parish council should, I think a big part of the administration's priorities here are building the relationship, or rebuilding or repairing, quite frankly, where they've been neglected in the past in some cases. So I'm not going to advocate that parish council should do anything. I'll widen their participation and I will offer them congenially the opportunity to work with an administration and enable them to do so at their own liberty. They have their own voters, we have ours. It's a shared electorate and we should remember that. That's my point, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Arnold. Finally, Councillor Ian McCord.
Keeping the best till last. Another motion from the Conservatives, who, in a surprising twist, have discovered the art of representing the people, but only after losing an election. It's touching, really. And it's absolutely right to point out that some communities take more growth than others, and I've raised this on numerous occasions. Many villages have taken way more than others, but where I lead, they follow. But let's not forget that every policy in our current suite was adopted by Conservative administrations, and yes, I voted for some, but I'm prepared to say mistakes were made, are they? The last draft of the local plan in April 24 changed nothing. If anything, some policies were watered down and not strengthened. So where is the learning. Now, the motion calls for better rules for parish councils, and that could have been delivered while they were in administration. Area committees, anyone? And it's a shame the motion doesn't commit to letting all members see the January 26 draft before it's officially published. And I'm concerned we'll be handed another done deal with little chance to change, amend or influence it. Now, the motion ignores our main problem, the planning department. And last week we saw this department sabotage an appeal, undermine the committee, the members and local democracy. They find where West Northants' interests lie and sell them out by their reprehensive behaviour. Their latest output, the Developer Contribution SPD, is out for consultation. It's confused, incoherent and seems to have learned nothing from the past blunders. You cannot get first-rate policy from a second-rate department. Now, I suppose I can write to Santa to ask for a competent, fit-for-purpose planning department working in interest residents. But, Chairman, I think that sounds like a Christmas miracle. And let's be honest, even Buddy the Elf could struggle to spread enough Christmas cheer to fix that mess.
I thank you for those apt words, perhaps, Councillor McCord. All right, now we have finished our debate and we will be inviting Councillor Fiona Baker to respond to the debate. You have 2 minutes, and after that, we will take a vote.
Thank you, Chairman. It is disappointing, as was said earlier, that we weren't able to have this priority business go through without lots of amendments, and it is a disappointment to me that that has happened. It's not doing things to parish councils. The motion is actually telling us to work with parish councils, not the other way round. At the moment, we send a planning application to a parish council. They're allowed to look at it and put a few notes in, but I don't believe anybody really takes much notice of what it says on it. So this amendment was really to encourage parishes to work with us to get what the parishes want for their areas. I, in know that I am one of the places in West Northants Council that has, along with Toaster, had the biggest development of houses. Since I've lived in Brackley, our town has doubled in size. Nothing else has changed. We've just got twice as many houses. And this has really got to stop because it is destroying neighbourhoods. And I'm very disappointed we couldn't work together on this because should, maybe, if, perhaps, is not really a way forward for working, in my opinion.
I thank you, Councillor Baker. And now we will go to the vote. I'm sorry, have we got problems on the floor because I haven't got a full vote? Have we? All right, the vote, my apologies, the vote has been carried. Okay, item, yes? Hold on, can't hear what you're saying.
Microphone.
It's queuing. I move that we move to item 16 now and debate the motions, all four, and then discuss the rest of the items afterwards. Thank you.
I'm about to confer. Hold on. Nope.
Apologies, Madam Chairman.
Is it your intention to do all of the motions now or just the one?
All motions, Madam. Item 16 now, please.
Then I need somebody to second it.
Yeah, Chair, I will second that the motion.
Okay, all right. Can we please put it to the vote? Hold on, we're delaying it. We wish to check. Oh, we're just setting it up. Sorry, we're behind the 8 ball. No. All right, we are now ready to vote. I think this is all wrong. All right, it's been carried. Okay, item 16, and I have 2 amendments attached to this. Proposed by Councillor Lister, rural roads. Councillor Lister, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I won't take up 5 minutes. I think the point of this motion is that I've received, and I'm sure many others in here have received numerous reports from local residents about near misses on pedestrian crosses in our villages and our towns. They're no longer isolated incidents. There's a really worrying pattern that's putting our communities at risk every day. In my village, we've had crossings reviewed by highways. They've all met all specifications, but meeting specifications clearly isn't good enough when drivers are routinely failing to stop and residents are reporting close calls on a regular basis. In Longbuckby, we have crossings near schools and community facilities where parents have repeatedly told me they feel unsafe crossing with their children. They've witnessed cars speeding through, drivers not paying attention, near misses that could easily have been tragedies. A crossing might tick a box on paper with correct signage, proper markings, adequate lightings, but if cars aren't stopping, if parents are frightened to walk their children to school, if elderly residents are hesitant to cross the road in their own village, then there's something fundamental not working. This isn't about criticising highways teams who work within the specifications they're giving. It's about recognising that we need a different approach altogether. We need to move beyond checking compliance and start implementing measures that actually change driver behaviour on the ground. This motion gives us a framework to act. It asks us to develop a comprehensive rural road safety plan, not just reactive fixes when something goes wrong, but proactive intervention in high-risk areas. It formally engages parishes, doesn't tell them what to do, tells us to engage with them, who know their communities intimately and can identify problems before they become statistics. Crucially, it requires us to monitor what works and report back, ensuring accountability. We're waiting for the inevitable right now. Let's prevent it. This motion gives us the tools to do so. Let's protect our children walking to school, elderly residents going to the shops, cyclists on rural roads. That's why it matters, and that's why I urge all in the Council to support it. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Lister. I invite Councillor Charles Morton to second the motion.
I second the motion and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
I thank you very much indeed. Remember, there are amendments, 2 of them, with this particular motion. And a reminder, amendments are not subject to debate. The mover of the motion and the mover of the amendment have the right to speak alone. Councillor Arnold, I have you to move the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Again, we find ourselves dictating in this motion what parish councils should do, where they may wish to, and they will have the administration's support in formal engagement in identifying local road safety risks and shaping mitigation collisions. It's interesting, only last week I had a visit from the National Farmers Union who came to speak to us, not least with their apprehension at the budget and other things that affect our farmers and members of the rural community, agricultural community, but also about rural policing and rural road use. So this motion, once amended, has the support of the administration. It's absolutely something that's key. And we've heard many a time at the Police, Fire and Crime panel about concerns about whether the priorities of the Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner are in fact focusing on all our residents in the whole of Northamptonshire, not just the West, remembering the panel is a county-wide basis. So I made a light touch amendment to the substantive motion there to acknowledge the work of Northamptonshire's roads policing team, of which I've had the privilege of going out on a night patrol with and seeing the good work that they do, but also to request that there's a greater focus on rural roads policing on the part of police as directed and scrutinised by the Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Councillor Arnold. Councillor Hastie? To second.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I'm happy to do second this motion. I would just like to say that I was looking through this paper and we're working very closely with our parish councils, Councillor Frost and myself, in the Woodford and Weedon wards where there is concerns obviously about the speeding through a number of villages and the inclusion of 20-mile-an-hour zones, and we are working closely with them to enable the grants and also the improvements where necessary. I can't help feeling as a resident myself, we have all these speed cameras which don't work. One of the things I would personally like to see or consider in future is whether we can introduce speed cameras where the revenue, no points particularly associated with it, but the revenue goes to the parish councils. They can site them where they like and operate them where they like, and I think that would control the speed. Nothing to do with this, just my thoughts. So happy to second this.
I thank you, Councillor Hastie. Councillor Dan Lister, do you accept this amendment?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
You accept it. So what do we do now? Do we vote? So now we... What? Yes, we now travel to the second amendment, and I invite Councillor Tarbon to propose. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you, Chair. We agree with the principle of the motion. There was just a little more detail needed in our eyes in regard to the specific types of issue and more emphasis on the implementation of 20-mile-per-hour limits. There are a large number of examples of dangerous rural roads in West Northamptonshire where accidents are frequent and near misses even more so. These issues can be long-standing issues that have been campaigned on by local residents and town and parish councils for years, in some cases decades. In my ward, the village of Tiffield has struggled with the junction of St John's Road and the A43 since the inception of that junction when the bypass was opened in 1991. There have been far too many accidents at that junction, some with serious injuries. Now Ascend School has opened nearby that junction, and the junction itself is used by its staff and students. Something needs to be done. This is just one specific example of the kinds of issues that are not getting the attention and action they deserve on our rural roads. There are many unaddressed safety concerns in our rural communities. Statutory 20-mile-per-hour limits in residential areas lower the number of collisions, fatalities, and create a safer community for our residents. In 2023, Wales introduced a national speed limit of 20 miles per hour in residential roads. This resulted in a 28% reduction in road casualties in the following 12 months. Insurers also took note and reduced their premiums for Welsh drivers by up to £40 annually. The scheme has been seen as a great success. Toaster, where I live, has a problem with rat runs, roads where speeding and accidents happen more frequently than they should. The Town Council have recently voted to ask for 20-mile-per-hour limits in its residential roads. We should support our parish and town councils with their requests to implement statutory 20-mile-per-hour limits in their communities. There's no good reason not to help them implement them. With all that in mind, we submit this amendment, and I hope you can all see the benefit of supporting it. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Tarbon. Councillor Simpson to second the amendment. Pinder, Councillor Chauhan, there is no debate.
Hello? Oh, thank you.
Apologies. Let's go to Councillor Simpson. Please, can you second the amendment?
Thank you, Chair. I'm pleased to second the amendment and welcome the motion. In Bournemouth and Crick Ward, Councillor Rosie Humphreys and I represent 14 villages, and I would say that the issues with speeding traffic and traffic safety comes up all the time in all of those villages. My colleague, Councillor Tarbon, has covered a lot in relation to the benefits of statutory 20-mile-an-hour limits. And the only point I would add to this line is to refer to one of our amendments around the use of advisory 20-mile-an-hour limits. It seems these advisory limits and signs are popping up in most villages. WNC seems to be handing out advisory signs to parish councils as a means to address concerns. But the signs are often randomly placed, and either there's not enough or there's too many. It's very inconsistent across the area. West Haddon, for example, has managed to get permanent advisory signs, whilst other villages have to make do with temporary ones. From what I have been advised by council officers, a lower speed limit on its own will not alter driver behaviour, and it needs to go alongside traffic calming and other changes to the road landscape. And there's certainly plenty of reports of 20-mile-an-hour advisory limits being ignored. Hence, our amendment includes the line to evaluate and understand the impact of advisory speed limits where they are currently in use. I'm pleased to second the amendment.
I thank you, Councillor Simpson. Remember, there's no debate here. So therefore, Councillor Dan Lister, do you accept the second amendment?
Yes, Madam Chairman.
Therefore, what do we do now? I thank you very much. Finally, as we have two amendments that have both been passed, we will now go to the debate. Councillor Dan Lister to respond, please. Is that right? Oh, sorry, one day I'll get it right. Councillor Fiona Baker.
I'm not sure if this is the right place to respond, Chairman, but I'm going to do my best anyway. I just wanted to emphasise to Councillor Tarbin that 2 years of negotiation with Highways England took place before Tiffield School opened, with no success whatsoever. Everybody in the team that helped towards the build of Tiffield School and Gateway School will be able to endorse that I constantly contacted them about the road. The only thing that you will notice I was able to get them to do was to take down the hedging and verbiage that was in the centre of the road so that there was a much clearer aspect when turning across the road. But wish you luck, because I've spent 2 years trying and obviously failed. And I apologise for that, because I agree with you, the road is dangerous and needs something there for the turning for the school.
I thank you. Councillor Hark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Labour Group will be supporting this motion, which rightly draws attention to the serious safety issues on our rural roads. These concerns are real, urgent and long overdue for action. It is well known that rural roads have proportionately the highest accident rates. However, while I fully support the focus on rural road safety, I believe it is equally important that we recognise the challenges faced in our busy urban areas. Residents in our town repeatedly raise concerns about speeding, unsafe crossings and junctions that simply are not fit for the amount of daily use they receive. Pedestrians in urban areas are twice as likely to be the victims of road accident as pedestrians in rural areas. And death rates among children are particularly high. Break the Road Safety Charity reports more than 3,350 children aged 7 or under were killed or injured on roads in Britain in 2023. That's the equivalent to 9 young children being killed or injured every day. Children in urban areas, especially in the more disadvantaged areas, are especially at risk. Children in the more deprived areas are 6 times more likely to be killed or injured in an accident. If we are serious about improving safety, we cannot treat rural and urban roads as separate issues. The risk may look different: blind bends and poor lighting in rural areas, congestions and high footfall in urban streets, but the consequences are the same. Our residents, wherever they live, expect safer roads, safer crossings, and a council that takes a consistent approach
Councillor
to protecting
Haig,
them.
can you finish, please?
Just a few seconds, Chair. So while I wholeheartedly support the motion before us, I want to place on record that the need for this council to address all road safety hotspots, whether in a quiet village or busy town centre. Every part of our community deserves the same level of attention,
Councillor Haig,
planning and
finish,
investment.
please?
Thank you, Chair. Finished. Thank you.
Councillor Jahan, my thank you.
Hello, Chair.
Councillor Andrew Simpson, I'm sorry, my mistake.
Yep.
And then Councillor Petter, and then Councillor Jahan, and that'll be the end of the debate.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to make a couple more points in addition to the point I made earlier about 20 mile an hour limits. The third point is that road safety is not just about speeding traffic, but should also include inconsiderate parking, which can create road safety hazards. Councillor Humphreys and I have had at least 3 villages where people parking on yellow lines outside schools to drop off or collect children is causing safety concerns. I've witnessed it myself in my own village, where you see the road becoming congested and people getting irate when somebody takes it upon themselves to ignore parking restrictions and park on the yellow zigzag lines. This behaviour is putting the safety of children and other pedestrians at risk. And I didn't know until recently that unless there is a traffic regulation order in place on the yellow zigzags and a no stopping and parking order, then it is only advisory. That word again, advisory. And when there is a traffic regulation order in place, as it has taken in one of our villages 18 months to get in place, the school then gets added to spots for visits from the WNC's civil enforcement team, who can then issue a fine. But I think there's only around 30 officers in that team, so for the whole of West Northants, they are spread very thinly. And there also seems to be some confusion as to whether the police have the power to issue a fine as well. Hence our amendment asking for WNC enforcement officers and the police to work more closely on tackling road safety issues, particularly outside schools. As we refer to in the amendment, A, roads and their interaction with rural roads is another major concern. And Councillor Hastie may recall that in the summer, he and I, along with the local MP, WNC officers and parish councillors...
Councillor Simpson, can you finish, please?
Yeah, attended a site visit on the A5 organised by National Highways. Those two sites in question are now being assessed for formal road safety work. I was interested to see the news release from Councillor Butler...
Councillor Simpson, please, can you finish?
Yes, I will finish, certainly. I'm interested in the news release about the council seeking views on traffic enforcement in Northampton. Please, can we have some of that in the rest of West Northants?
Councillor James Petter.
I'd just like to note that the Teffel Junction, yes, is indeed a dangerous junction. It was visited by our leader the other day and will be discussed with Councillor Butler on his return. We'll explore the WNC enforcement, which is a very costly process to put in place, but yes, it will be looked at.
I thank you, Councillor Petter. Councillor Chauhan, this will be the last speaker on this debate, other than Councillor Lister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. While I'm not a fan of blanket 20-mile-an-hour zones, like we've seen in Wales, and it's driving a lot of the residents living there crazy.
No.
I do think that careful, planned 20-mile-an-hour zones that have been discussed with residents and parish councils can be effective in the right areas. I also wanted to say, and I wasn't planning to speak on this item, but I have a set of parents in my ward who lost their child. And one of the areas that they have been campaigning on is on gully and grip inspection maintenance. So I think when we are discussing this item, this is another area that we should be looking at in terms of what that looks like, how often we clean those gullies and what those inspection routines are in terms of safety, especially when it comes to bad weather, flooding and so on, and the impact that it could have. So that was just my point. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Chauhan. And now, Councillor Lister, to respond to the debate, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all the members who have contributed to this motion. And we've heard from towns and villages, and I'm sure everyone represented here has highlighted the road safety issues that affect their residents well. It commits us to working with the North Hampshire Police Road Policing Team, our civil enforcement officers, Police, Fire and Crime Commissioner to deliver greater focus on rural roads policing. This partnership approach is essential for tackling all dangerous driving behaviours that put our residents at risk, including those like drink drivers, those driving without insurance, and those showing complete disregard for the safety of others whilst on our roads. Rural roads in West Northamptonshire particularly carry a substantial proportion of serious and fatal collisions. These aren't just our statistics, these are our neighbours, our children and our families. The measures proposed here, from 20-mile-an-hour zones near schools to enhanced signage and traffic calming, combined with proper enforcement against all forms of dangerous and illegal driving, can save lives, and I commend this motion to the Council. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Lister. We will now go for the vote. For, against, abstentions. The vote has carried. We will now go to motion 2, proposed by Sally Keeble, Government funding.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This motion is about the most pressing needs of people in West Northamptonshire, and especially in Northampton. It's not actually about government funding. It's about the way that the council uses the funding which it has. For clarity, we're accepting the motion that's put forward by Reform. That will be a conversation that continues, but if it helps to speed the process along, then we're accepting it. There are issues around it. Obviously, Northampton Partnership Homes has got a plan to bring its property up to decent home standards. It's just they haven't identified exactly where the money's coming from. And the delivery plan for November 2024 is actually out of date. But as I said, that will be part of an ongoing conversation, so we don't have a problem with it. Rather than go through the theory of it, Madam Chairman, I thought it might be helpful to put a human face to it. A family in my ward with two parents, 4 children, a working family living in a small 2-bedroom flat which has serious problems of damp and mould. The eldest child is very bright and due to do Oxbridge entrance. To support his studies, he has 1 bedroom, which means the rest of the family usually sleeps all together in the other bedroom. The 3rd child has asthma and has been hospitalised twice with it in his short life. Now, they shouldn't have to live in such conditions, and yet these are repeated in so many parts of central Northampton: Dallington, Spencer, Ward, Castle Ward, parts of Kingsley and Semelong, parts of Delapree and Far Cotton, and in the Eastern District in parts of Talavera and Blackthorn and Rectory Farm. These are also the areas that have no family hubs, shockingly, given that the latest national data shows very clearly that these are where the greatest pressures and disadvantages are. In these areas also, it's where the bus services are expensive and don't connect up with employment centres, which can make it very difficult for, well, it makes it expensive and means long travels for people to get to work, and where we have also seen some serious problems of antisocial behaviour. And in Castle Ward, where the particular health problems, like the young child in my ward with his asthma, and I have to say he's not the only one that I've encountered who's got those issues. Now, when I first started in local government, my children say back when dinosaurs walked the earth, but when I first started in local government, things were like this. But that was 1980s Peckham. This is 2020's Northampton, one of the fastest growing and most successful towns in the country. This motion is about making sure that all of the citizens of this town and the towns in the area share in the benefits of that success. And that's about making sure that public services recognise where the needs are and respond to it. And it's not always where people demand help, because sometimes people who have been ignored for so long aren't very demanding. And I have noticed that with people here. I sometimes think they simply don't complain enough. And also making sure that services are accessible, really accessible. And I have to say, putting a facility for women with young children, like a family hub, on the 1st or 2nd floor of an old building that they're unfamiliar with is not providing an accessible service where it's most needed. Now, I applaud the family in my wards for supporting their oldest child's aspiration. I think it's fantastic, and I hope that he really does well in his exams. And I also hope that his brother gets the medical help he needs and to deal with his asthma. However, that child, the oldest child and the other one, should not be competing on such an uneven playing field. And our public services should provide all communities and all children in every part of West Northamptonshire with the support they need to be able to achieve their full potential and to thrive.
I thank you, Councillor Keeble. We have one amendment for this motion, proposed, please, by Councillor Hastie. And the seconder? Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Yes, Muna Kali to second the motion. I'm so sorry, Councillor Keeble. Apologies.
That's all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. This council welcomes the extra government finances and other resources available in the West Northamptonshire and urges these to be used and address disadvantage in our areas of the greatest need, in particular in this council reports. Families support being tailored the challenges facing the most hard-pressed families in the current cost of living crisis, recognises that the central and the east of Northampton here are households experiencing multiple deprivation on a higher scale other than parts of the county and the country. A costed programme to bring all MPH homes up to the decent home standards recognises that as a result of the historical failures, over 1,000 families currently live in MPH homes that all fall below the decent home standard. The work undertaken by MPH to implement the WAPS law and urges WNC to bring forward a costed programme for NPH's implementation of the law and further calls on the council to work with the social landlords and other partners for around mould and damp from the social housing. The work of the housing delivering units and urges the bringing forward to revise the plan and increase the supply of the social housing to tackle the source of the homelessness and the overcrowding that is especially prevailed in Northampton. The development...
Councillor Cally, can you finish, please?
Yeah, thank you. The development of the council-led multiple agency strategy to tackle serious crime and antisocial behaviour problems substantially linked to the substance of abuse in the central Northampton. The development of the integrated public
Councillor
transport.
Cally, can you finish, please?
Transport, I will, thank you. Connections between the pedestrians, cycles, bus, car, train routes to support the generation of Northampton and improve access around the county. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Cally. All right, as already stated, there is an amendment for this motion too, I believe proposed by Councillor Charlie Hastie.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I'd like to propose this amendment. I would also like to take a little bit of time. Everyone should have this in red on their paper here for the amendment to motion 2. I would like to start off by thanking Councillor Keeble and Councillor McCord for ongoing discussions, especially with Councillor Keeble, who I welcome her knowledge and experience on this. We have had ongoing discussions which have not been the most comfortable, I have to say, but they're better had than not had, I think. I've no doubt at Cabinet Papers reports later on, there'll be a lot more to say about NPH. What I would say to reassure members here is the fact that the Decent Homes strategy and implementation currently stands at 22%. September 26, that is on target, I believe, reliably informed that it will be to 8%. AWAB's law is budgeted for, and there are a number of issues that I wanted just to briefly touch on there. One of them basically being the... Sorry, I was doing something wrong.
No, my apologies if you overheard my voice.
That's all right.
Councillor Hastie, continue, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of the funding for AWAB's law and ongoing investigation and also cross-training of staff, just to give you one example, we're now with the contractors at APH. I've tried to get to know contractors, staff, voids, developments, been out with a number of them. We were out with one electrician who was there just to fix a extractor fan for a kitchen, which was basically just a question of not understanding how it worked, and that was fixed on the spot. But that member of staff then checked throughout the apartment. There was a dripping power shower, and the bathroom had started to get some mould on it. The cross-training I'm talking about is where even if a housing officer visits or an electrician visits, is not just go in, fix the electrical problem. It is training to basically be aware of looking out for other issues that are affecting that house. And at the time, Mike, the electrician, fixed the extractor fan, and then at the same time reported in that there was damp and mould present and advised the tenant that there would be someone in attendance. So the key thing, I suppose, from this, where I would applaud Councillor Keeble's openness and wishing to collaborate, is the fact that I think from a local government authority and all across the country, local government authorities are all suffering quite clearly financial problems, issues with the cost of providing social housing. When it comes to AWABs and decent homes, I feel that it is one thing for government to bring in new legislation, very needed legislation, don't get me wrong. I take very seriously the idea of living in damp and mould and the possible respiratory issues that are associated with that. But for the central government to keep telling us we've got to get to decent homes 1, 2, 3, 6, whatever it go, we have to deal with AWABs, we have to deal with this, we have to deal with this, but with no extra funding and no extra finance, you might as well be asking people to live in the Taj Mahal or something like that. It's just not viable. We need extra funding from government, and I would welcome working with any councillors to help lobby government to explain the situation, which they should, of course, be well aware, that the fact that if you want people to live in better homes and better housing and safer housing, then we need to have access to the funds that are required to pay that. I no doubt will be coming back to housing in a minute. The rest of the amendment I totally support, and we will be talking no doubt later on.
I thank you, Councillor Hastie. Councillor Arnold, you will second the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I second the amendment quite happily, and I thank the member for Darlington Spencer there for indicating their approval. This is titled Government Funding. It's something we touched on at the start of the meeting tonight, and the work that we've been doing, or rather I've been doing, in emailing and sending letters to ministers. I thank Councillor Keeble for, I would call it, advice of an evening a few weeks past, where she was able to share her experience of Parliament on what avenues I might wish to explore to achieve a successful outcome for this council as a whole body. So thank you, Councillor Keeble. The fair funding and pride of place issue is very, very severe, and we are facing a significant challenge, not least the funding gap in our budget, but also the contrast to Northamptonshire. We've seen 3 towns receiving an indication of £60 million in pride of place money, where we have an area in Northampton Town Centre, not least acknowledging deprivation in other areas, but we could look at Castlewood, Abington and Phipswell, probably half of it, nearly all of Kingsley, and say, if not definitely semi-long, parts of St David's and Kingsthorpe South, where we have a population half the size of Kettering in our immediate urban area, with a higher level of deprivation than those housing estates that have received £20 million each in Northamptonshire. So that's something I'm absolutely focused on, and hopefully we can deliver a result. So to Councillor Keeble, thank you for the direction. I hope that yields something. Lastly, I'm just going to, before we continue, acknowledge the work of Councillor Hastie, Jane Carr, Jodie and Henry and the housing team at the Council for the extensive work they've done on this to make this decision possible. I note that it's going to scrutiny on Monday. I'm sure everyone will have their voices heard there, and I'll be in attendance in support of the administration. But we work with our officers to get our work done, and we should acknowledge that at every point. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I thank you, Councillor Arnold. Councillor Sally Keeble, do you accept the amendment? I thank you, and therefore we will go to the debate, and I invite speakers to comment. Andrew Simpson.
Yep. Thank you, Chair. I can pleased to say the Liberal Democrat Group will be supporting this motion. There's a lot of different asks in it, a lot of challenges that it has highlighted, and I think it's important that we all get behind those challenges. I recall 20 years ago when I was a Northampton Borough Councillor, I went to visit some council flats in Eastfield area off of Broadmead Avenue, the Lakeview estate. The council flats were in a really poor state. Appalling large crack down the wall in one of the front rooms I visited, the smell of damp. There was seriously poor state of council housing at that time 20 years ago. It's been a challenge for various administrations over the years, and we know there has been various attempts to try and put it right. And as has been said, it always comes back down to having the money. But it is truly shocking, surely, for all of us, that here we are in 2025, in the 21st century, and we have 1,000 families living in homes that fall below the decent home standard. So let's hope we can do something about this. And I do think it's important that we work together across political parties, because as we have, the history shows, we still haven't solved this issue. So please to support this motion. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Coos. Come back for more. Councillor Ashraf.
Ashraf.
My apologies.
No, you're welcome. Thank you, Chair. I think it was just over 10 years ago when I first became a councillor, and when I visited many of the homes, the Decent Homes programme was on, and I was very impressed with all the work that was going on. But that was just over 10 years ago. Today, when I visit homes in my ward, they have definitely fallen below the standard, because children are living in damp conditions, and when all of this could have been avoidable. And as we have discussed earlier, you know, no child or children or parents should live in a condition where the property falls below the decent home standards, because we're responsible. We're responsible for the people who live in them. And we really need to work urgently with NPH, social landlords and private landlords to prevent and eliminate damp and mould. We need to enforce housing standards robustly, ensure landlords are quickly ready to protect residents' health, deliver a proper costed plan to eradicate damp and mould across West Northamptonshire. Our priority must be to prevent illnesses and ensuring every home is safe and healthy. And I urge everyone to support this motion. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Coos.
Madam Chair. Just to touch on some points, family support and council-led multi-agency strategy. I'd like to just mention public health officers and our commissioned service providers who support individuals with substance use issues will continue to play a role alongside the key organisations mentioned in order to develop a strategy and a preventative approach to serious crime and antisocial behaviour problems. Furthermore, officers from public health, adult social care and children's services are joining primary care and other NHS colleagues to work to workshop the NHS neighbourhood models. As we relaunch local area partnerships, there's also opportunity for local councillors and parish councils to tell the story of their communities and how they experience the health conditions we see most frequently and the barriers new approaches need to overcome. Thank you.
I thank you. That is the final speaker on this number. I therefore return to Councillor Keeble to respond to the debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairman. I really welcome the cross-party support for this, because that is how it's going to have to be delivered, because it was actually all parties, apart from Reform because you weren't around, but all parties were part of causing the problem, if we're really honest, because all parties have run the Northampton Borough Council. So we're all part of the problem. We've all got to be part of the solution, and we have to find a way forward. I welcome the particular support from the housing portfolio holder. I think that's really important. And I do actually think it's possible. I think it's just a question of sorting out the money, which is a big issue, but it's resolvable. You know, we're a rich country. We're a successful town. I welcome the remarks from Councillor Simpson. I think I know the places he's talking about, and also, of course, from Councillor Ashraf as well, who's my colleague in Dallington Spencer. And with Councillor Kuss, you're absolutely right. You know, public health is what actually delivers some of the really biggest health changes. Just since it's Christmas coming up and it's an act of goodwill, one of the things that really underlined the sharpness of the divide was when I looked on a council press release and it said all the places with family hubs are getting Christmas parties. And so those places that don't have family hubs get left out. And I wonder if perhaps it might start with just a bit of goodwill at Christmas for those communities so that the children there can also get something, and it's not just this list of all the places that have get more and those that don't have miss out. And I look forward to taking this work forward with colleagues of all parties to deal with the inequalities that exist and make sure that all our children and all our families can achieve their potential and can thrive.
I thank you, Councillor Keeble, and for your comments specifically. I would now ask that we go to the vote. For, against, abstentions. The motion has been carried. I thank you. Normally, I'd now take a break, but I actually have a mind to plough on through motion 3 and 4, if you can tolerate it. Yes? On we go. Motion 3. This will be proposed by Rosie Humphreys. Councillor Rosie Humphreys. I thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The first resolution of our motion is to thank the Blue Badge team. Their staff process a very high volume of applications, over 13,000 applications in the last 12 months. With over 1,000 applications per month, the staff must be working under much pressure. Members truly appreciate the work they do. A Blue Badge is a lifeline to so many residents who are coping with disability, illness or frailty, which limits their mobility. A Blue Badge is a lifeline to their carers also. However, not all residents find applying or renewing badges straightforward. Some find it an appalling experience. The reason for long delays and at times very poor customer experience must be investigated and improved. Could the causes be a combination of overly stretched staff, inadequate training, insufficient resources, or how they interpret the DfT guidance on administering the scheme? Firstly, to share some of these atrocious experiences. Earlier this year, a friend of a frail 88-year-old gentleman made an application on his behalf. He was in a care home after a 4-week hospitalization and unable to apply himself. The friend was surprised that the application was refused for insufficient evidence, as the customer service officer had taken all the details. She was then barred from accessing the original application to appeal for GDPR reasons. It took 11 weeks before this resident received his badge, his case highlighting the need for WNC to reconsider offering a paper application, as for example does Warwickshire and Hertfordshire County Council and Leicester City Council. It doesn't seem too complicated, and not all residents can access libraries for support. Another resident told me she had no problems renewing her badge in 2022. However, this September, the service was, I quote, unbelievably bad. This resident suffers from an untreatable and progressive disease, and is unable to walk far. After a 6-week wait, her application was refused on insufficient evidence. It took almost 3 months from beginning to end for this resident to be sent another badge, by which time her old badge had long expired. In the last year, there were 865 appeals, with a 94% success rate. The main reason for refusing is insufficient evidence, as in the case of the 2 residents I've referred to. There must surely be some improvement that can be made from the website information so that applicants provide enough information when completing the form initially. Equally important is addressing the technical issue with the badge search function for renewals, which has been temporarily disabled. This means applicants have to select new Blue Badge, whether or not they're new or renewal applications. As another resident wrote to me regarding renewing his wife's application, she has 2 progressive and permanent conditions, so renewal should just be a matter of proving she is alive. When I renewed a badge for a relative with Hertfordshire County Council, there was no technical issue with the badge search function. The whole process took a matter of minutes with no medical evidence requested, despite my relative not qualifying automatically under the DfT guidance. Applicants with permanent incurable disabilities or degenerative conditions, or those in late old age who are frail and need to renew badges, should surely be regarded as quasi-automatic renewals. For such people, their mobility will never improve, so their eligibility for a badge will be continuous. I see nothing in the guidance that says applications could not be regarded in this way, saving officer time and resources and applicants much anxiety and distress. The duplication or worse of badges when issued, one resident received 10 badges for her son, is being investigated by the DFT and Digital who issue them. What a shocking waste of public money, and could also be a temptation for some to share them around to those who are not in fact eligible. Can members please be reassured when this problem is eradicated? In summary, there is plenty of evidence of the problems besetting this area of service, so the requests of Cabinet in the motion are entirely legitimate. A target needs to be set for monitoring and reporting with a specific timetable. The least residents should expect is to read on the website when they can expect their badges to be processed and for that to be accurate. They should also expect an efficient and reliable service from this Council. I commend this motion to the Council and should say that our group are minded to accept the administration's amendments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Humphreys. I believe Councillor Fazana Aldridge plans to second the motion.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Councillor Humphreys, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to second this motion. The Blue Badge scheme is a vital support for our disabled residents and for older people. For many, it is far more than a parking concession. It is a key part of maintaining independence, dignity, access to services, family members, friends and community activities for individuals to live fulfilled lives. It is at the heart of access and engagement, essential not only to the physical well-being, but also to the emotional and mental health well-being of many disabled and older residents. Speedy and efficient management systems within our Council, along with reducing the bureaucratic burdens for those needing blue badges, need to be prioritised. It is not only about being cost-effective at a time when there are pressures on our budgets, but indicates a commitment to meeting the needs of residents in the greatest need across West Northamptonshire. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Aldridge. We have one amendment to this motion. Councillor Charlie Hastie to move the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, there is some, the amendment here I'd like to propose is in red once again. This Council notes it has target processing times of 6 to 8 weeks for assessments and are currently processing in around 5 weeks. There was a delay occurred in October 2025 caused by a systems issue which caused a delay of 2 working days where processing could not take place, causing a brief backlog. The Council therefore resolves to thank team officers and then the request to the Cabinet to consider that this team is resourced appropriately whilst acknowledging the financial constraints of the whole Council and seeks to resolve this issue. Finally, considers setting, I'll read that out, a target of monitoring and reporting on that target of issuing blue badges within a given time frame. Firstly, I want to reassure Council I am not trying to replace the Councillor Arnold show by throwing in all these amendments and trying to avoid Cabinet questioning. I welcome Cabinet questioning a little bit later on, I think. I might live to regret that. In support of Councillor Humphreys, I totally agree with the situation, the bureaucratic process in this, where the officers are constrained entirely by legislation about the evidence required to submit and approve a blue badge application. It seems very onerous on some of our more vulnerable and less mobile, for obvious reasons, members of the community. I had a very difficult issue which took a significant amount of time to resolve for a resident where he had problems getting into the council and wasn't particularly IT savvy. I do hope he doesn't take any offence by what I'm going to say this evening if he's watching. The simple fact of the matter was he had to go and get further evidence from his doctor about his medical condition, and echoing what Councillor Humphreys says, well, he's still alive, so he did point out the fact that he'd had a large portion of his spine removed, and since there were no second-hand spines available, that condition was likely to stay for the rest of his life. So I think we need to have a look at the way that's processed, and I would welcome any move to try and speed up that process, because I think it took us, on this individual's case, probably 8 weeks. He has actually got so knowledgeable about it that he's actually approached the council about how to change the whole system to digital improvement. And I'm in quite regular contact with him. I'm not saying I'm going to any parties or anything, but we are talking regularly. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Hastie. All right, Councillor Coos, could you second the amendment by Desire?
I second the amendment and reserve the right to speak, please.
I thank you. Oh, under these circumstances, you can't reserve the right to speak. It's an amendment. All right, thank you. Do you want to say anything now?
I would. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. I totally understand the blue badge situation. I've helped quite a few of my ward residents to access their blue badges, and they're going through a number of difficulties, including the ones that are partially blind, but they haven't been registered blind. There's so many loopholes to go through. And what really came out for me was there needs to be a clearer pathway for the residents. So hopefully we can work together to make it easier for our residents and make it easier for our council workers as well. Our officers work really hard at this. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Coos. Okay, now we return to Councillor Humphreys. Do you accept or not accept the amendment?
Thank you, Chair. I accept the amendment.
Therefore, we can now move forward to invite speakers to comment. At this moment, I do. Can I know who's first? Councillor, I've lost my... Ismail? Councillor Ismail. My apologies. Nothing on my screen.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker, Madam Chair. I welcome and support this motion on the Blue Badge scheme. As we all know, it is a vital lifeline for those who use the service, and we shouldn't be putting them through delays in obtaining their badge. It is a necessity that allows them to access education, healthcare, employment, and community life safely with dignity. However, I especially want to emphasize the need to make sure that people with invisible disability are able to access the scheme, especially parents with children affected by these disabilities. Blue badges are important for those on the autistic spectrum and for others with hidden disabilities. The scheme was only extended to them in 2019 after many years of campaigning, especially by the families of children with additional needs. The blue badge pages on the Council's website should make their entitlement clearer and provide straightforward information on how they should apply, what evidence they need, and what support is available during the process. Improving this information would make the scheme more accessible and help ensure that people with hidden disabilities aren't put off or disadvantaged when trying to get the support they are entitled to. Thank you.
Can you finish, please?
You're going to have to project more. Thank you. Councillor Davenport? No. Councillor Arnold. We'll come back to you, Councillor Davenport.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. There may be something going on in that corner of the room. That's the second time that's happened. Thank you to the Liberal Democrat group for bringing this motion to Council tonight, and thank you for accepting the amendment, Councillor Humphreys. I think there's a key point in here we don't mention often enough, but we have talked about it in the funding. We have a population of 435,000 people in West Northamptonshire. When this unitary authority was formed in 2021, that was 405,000. So our population growth is going at roughly twice the national average, and therefore proportionally so is the need. So this administration does absolutely acknowledge the necessity to make sure we get service level delivery absolutely correct, whilst also having a data gathering exercise, learning from our residents and finding out what other needs they have and what other ways we can assist in their enjoyment of their lives. So it was a simple thanks from me, but what I would say is that there's content here that's readily available from our officers, and I was able to make the amendment by a simple inquiry to get this data that we are in fact just doing this work, and maybe it isn't the place for a motion to this House or this chamber to debate a simple fact, but to the point. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Cartwright, Councillor Davenport will take you after this if we may. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yeah, I'm pleased we're looking at this. I can say that I helped a resident with their blue badge recently, and I had to go into the one-stop shop at Angel Square, and the staff were thoroughly helpful, and it was a fairly straightforward process for the people that can get in. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Davenport will be the last speaker on this subject. Thank you.
I'm not going to touch it. So I totally support this motion, and I agree with everything that everyone has said. However, I do think this is part of a much wider problem. I've also had complaints about the blue badge backlogs, but I'm finding that most departments are struggling with their workloads. So although this department is very important, we must accept that all other departments are. Now, I'm told that there are 459 vacancies at the moment, and some of these vacancies may be deleted after restructuring. No matter how we restructure, it does not change the workload of officers. And if we lose jobs to restructuring, it will mean even more work for officers who do get to keep their roles. So we cannot restructure residents to reduce their issues with the council. That will always stay with us. And I know it's a matter of finances, and I'm glad that Reform have now accepted that there was no corruption and abuse of monies by this council, and that now they're seeing that we need fairer funding. So I was happy to hear that today. But you know, one lady's been waiting 5 months and she's no nearer with the housing. So it is a global problem, I think, for WNC, although, as I say, I do support this motion.
I thank you, Councillor Davenport. And now we return to Councillor Humphreys to respond to the debate.
Thank you, Chair. I welcome all the contributions made to this motion and for the cross-party support. As to the amendment, Councillor Arnold, I was also given the information about the 2-day hiatus in October, and as regards processing times, there are still applications that are taking longer than 8 weeks, such as the resident I mentioned for whom it took almost 3 months. I think what really merits review is looking at the guidance, which is non-statutory, and councils do have discretion as to how they approach renewals. Is my understanding. As I mentioned, I found the process of renewal for a frail 88-year-old relative for Hertfordshire County Council totally straightforward. Wasn't required to provide any medical evidence, so very, very good experience. Whereas two residents who've contacted me recently, again for renewals. One who's had 2 knee replacements and has severe rheumatoid arthritis is being asked to supply a consultant's letter, and that could take her months, and it'll take her weeks to get the GP. Whether she can see a consultant just to get her supporting letter for a blue badge, it seems completely ludicrous. As she pointed out, the dates for her surgery won't have changed. So I think that the whole issue of renewal with long-standing conditions, late old age, permanent disabilities needs review, and hopefully will save officer time as well. So thank you.
I thank you all for the debate, and now to the vote. For, against, abstentions. The vote carries. The 4th motion proposed by Adrian Little, Digital ID. Acceptable? Yes, can we hear what you have to say?
Yes, under Rule 6.2, this motion concerns national identity cards, which are a matter for Parliament and not for this authority. Under Rule 6.2, it does not relate to any functional responsibility of this Council and is therefore not a competent motion. Thank you.
I thank you. We need to confer. Talk amongst yourselves for a couple of minutes, please. Well, that came from Lesfield.
Sorry, it's a loaded question. Sorry, yeah. I've not got it. Decided not to apply for it because just decided that's not I was keen to hold the reins and didn't have to do it, even though the organisation
Do you want me to give them a break?
Yeah, I just stepped back to my substantive role, which is the CFO role. They should be able to, as long as they make a good call. What do you want, man? Don't want. Just somebody. I shouldn't have said that. Okay. Just somebody who's responsible. You need somebody out. Yes. How you get
It's a matter for you, fundamentally. It does specify circumstances in which it would affect West Northamptonshire residents, and it requests that West Northamptonshire Council does not participate in any pilot or implementation programme, so it does link into that one.
So next year you're in the hot seat.
I think it's a daft idea to do it at any rate.
Sorry, yeah.
So it's a matter, well, fundamentally it's your decision, but I would say that we have it. It's true that it doesn't relate to a system that we have responsibility for. However, it does relate to, it does provide that they don't want us to participate in the motion.
Will you do
Well,
it?
it's one that, yeah, I will do, but what are you prepared to accept it or not?
No, I'm not.
You're not prepared to accept it?
No.
So it's your decision.
Yes, it is.
You can just say that then. You can say on the basis of, so are you prepared to accept the rejection, or are you happy to hear the motion or not?
I don't really want to hear the motion because at this moment I'm not prepared to accept it.
You're not prepared to accept this as currently it's set on that basis, then you can just say that on the basis that you've taken advice and actually you've now determined that you're not accepting the motion.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. I've taken advice and I am not prepared at this stage to take the motion. I thank you.
Point of order, Madam Chairman.
Councillor Arnold.
May I seek a verdict from the monitoring officer in the view that this similar motion was debated in North Northampton Council so many weeks ago, if I may, please?
Yes, sorry.
Yes, thank you. Fundamentally, it's a decision for the chair as to whether or not she accepts the motion. I provide advice, and it is a matter for her to determine whether or not to move forward with that. What another council does is outside of our remit to consider. Thank you.
All right, that is the end of the motions, therefore. And if you noted, I said not at this moment. It could be subject to debate later on. So what I would suggest is we now take a 15-minute break and then we come back and we resume where we left off. I'm sorry, that's not... And so now we revert to item 8, Fit for the Future consultation, review of LGPS pooling arrangements. I therefore invite Councillor John Slope to introduce the report and move the proposal. 5 minutes. I thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As Chair of the Pension Fund Committees, I present this report with an important decision before Council. How we position our pension fund for the future under national reforms to the local government pension scheme. The government's Fit for the Future consultation requires all LGPS pooling arrangements to become Financial Conduct Authority regulated investment management companies. This fundamentally changes how local pension funds must operate going forward. Currently, Northamptonshire is part of the Access Pool, which was established in 2016. While Access has served us to date, it has become clear through both national review and our own assessment that to meet regulatory expectations, we must explore a stronger, more future-proof partnership. This report recommends that Border to Coast Partnership, BCPP, be confirmed as our preferred pooling partner going forward. And why is that? Well, Border to Coast already meets the expected regulatory standard. It has greater scale and governance capacity. It provides stronger infrastructure and investment opportunities. It aligns with the direction of travel nationally. Importantly, this is not a rushed decision. There will be due diligence, transitional planning and legal safeguards, and authority for those steps would lie with the 151 officer, the monitoring officer and the pension committee leadership. The aim is stability, not disruption. This is about safeguarding £3.7 billion of pension fund that thousands of members rely on. Business sense tells us when the environment changes, we adapt. If we stand still, we fall behind. This report seeks to the approval for Border to Coast Pension Partnership, BCCP, to be confirmed as the pension fund's preferred pooling partner and for the administrating authority to take the necessary steps for it to become shareholder to Border to Coast. I'd like to move the report. Thank you.
Thank you. I invite Councillor Scott Packer to second the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Very happy to second this and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? Councillor Holland de la Mare. Oh, my apologies. Now it's Holland. But I owe you an apology, Keith, because I got your name incorrect last time.
That's okay.
So Keith Holland de la Mare to speak.
I welcome this report. I recognise how hard Mark Whitby and the team have worked on this case with all the other competing work that the pensions team deal with on behalf of not just WNC but all our partner organisations. As lead authority for the county, we do have a great responsibility for all the employers who are part of this scheme and the 80,000 members, retired current members and those who can't yet claim their pensions. So I recognise the work that's gone into this and welcome all the efforts of the team and the other two items as well. I say the same. Thanks to the team.
I thank you. Councillor Clive, my apologies.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As responsible overseers of the Northamptonshire Pension Fund, I suggest we move to approve this item, recognising our duty to engage constructively with the process and shape outcomes that protect our members' interests.
That said, we must acknowledge the deep flaws in the central government dictate, which has effectively imposed top-down reforms with little regard for local realities. The proposals mandate delegation of investment decisions to asset pools, requiring them to become FCA-authorised entities and forcing the transfer of assets to meet these requirements. Whilst the government touts benefits like scale and cost efficiencies, these changes erode local autonomy, stripping administering authorities like ours of direct control over strategies tailored to our fund's unique needs, such as maturity and cash flow profiles. Implementation of the government's proposals will incur substantial transition costs outlined in the report. These expenses fall squarely on public sector budgets, not directly, as the costs will be met within the pension fund itself, but indirectly via higher than otherwise necessary employer contributions. However small this is in the aggregate, in meeting the demands of central government, this will increase the burden on taxpayers. Moreover, the push for boosted UK and local investments complete with mandatory targets risk tying our funds to potentially underperforming assets driven by political priorities rather than fiduciary duty. This could compromise returns, widening funding gaps and forcing higher employer contributions again at the taxpayer's expense. That said, within the scope of the options presented to us by central government, this represents the very best of a limited set of choices, and therefore I do support the item. That said, in discussing this today, we are able to voice our concerns, and as a body, we must fiercely advocate for flexibility and local autonomy. Our pensioners and taxpayers deserve no less.
I thank you, Councillor Clive. On the button. All right, Councillor Little.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On the whole, the plans to pull pension funds together could see benefits of economies of scales with reduced costs and enhanced returns. However, it's important to note that many schemes have highlighted the risk of rushing through these Labour government plans, pointing to a potential erosion of value through inflexibility of these pools and transition costs. Indeed, even our own pension advisor, Hymans Robertson, has called the 2026 deadline hazardously ambitious and warning of immature pools leading to suboptimal strategies. There's also potential, something of a dilemma for members of pension committees. Members have a fiduciary duty to act in the best interests of a beneficiary. Now remember, this is a legal requirement. However, the new pooling requirements have mandated UK levelling up targets for up to 5% of the pension assets. And they provide examples where this could be, whether it's housing or clean energy. Now, I'm not saying this couldn't be of benefit to local communities, but it could be a detriment to the pension values. We need to see the detail of the pooling requirements, and it will be up to individual members of the committee to make up their own minds. But I have concerns that this could directly contradict those fiduciary duties, and committee members should be aware of that. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Little. And now, as having no further speakers, I return to Councillor Scott Packer, as you reserved your right to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. As Councillor Slope explains, we are looking to move to Border to Coast Pension Partnership, having started with Access. After attending their meetings in London, it became very clear very quickly that the other member funds were not very happy with the situation they found themselves in. This was understandable, as Access at the time was the largest and one of the best performing pension funds in the country. But after seeing the work our officers have undertaken and from the information received on BCPP, we are now very happy and confident we find ourselves with a pension partnership that can take us to the next level. I would just like to take this opportunity, as Keith did, to thank our pensions team for all the hard work they have put in getting us to where we are today. I would just like to add that the UK is not actually no longer a rich nation as measured by purchasing power parity per capita. We have fallen to 31st in the world. Yes, there are now 30 nations richer than us per person than we are. This is why our pensions are so important, and we'll look to enhance and protect them as much as possible. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Packer. And finally, I return Councillor John Slope to respond to the debate. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I too wish to thank the officers for the part they play, but you can also hear the passion from the members, or some of the members of our committee, who sit diligently through some very long, some very testing meetings at times, dealing with dry subjects, but their determination to make sure that we get the best out of the pension funds, both to reduce the costs for the council and to ensure we have got a good return for the members of the pension. So that's all really I'd like to say on this point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank you, Councillor Slope. Right, that takes us to the vote. For, against and abstentions. Buttons, please. The vote has passed. Item 9, Pension Committee Annual Report 24 to 25. Once again, I ask Councillor John Slope to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is our formal report as the Pension Committee, reflecting governance, oversight and investment stewardship of the pension fund during 24-25. I'm pleased to present a strong year. The fund grew by £129.3 million, increasing its value to £3.748 billion. Over the year, we've strengthened governance with key policies: cyber strategy, anti-fraud and corruption policy, overpayment and debt recovery policy, administration strategy, updated communication plan. These policies are not paperwork, they protect members and the fund. Investment strategy was sensibly updated. £211 million of property transitioned into the access pool and £154 million of currency risk hedged in infrastructure assets. Training for committee members was significantly enhanced because informed decisions protect public money more than any policy will. This is governance with purpose, not chasing headlines, but safeguarding outcomes. It is recommended that the Council notes the contents of this report. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I thank you. And I believe Councillor Scott Packer, you will second the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Very happy to second this one as well and reserve my right to speak.
I thank you. Are there any members of the Council who wish to comment on this item? Once again, Councillor Clive. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair and fellow councillors. Once again, as stewards of public funds, it's crucial we scrutinise the fund's performance to ensure it serves scheme members and minimises the burden on taxpayers. And whilst again we can commend the report today, which outlines the work of the previous year, it would be wrong to do so without the following observations. Over the year ended 31st of March 2025, the fund delivered a return of 3.2%, falling short of its own benchmark of 4.5%. Over 5 years to the same date, the annualised return was 8.7%, again underperforming the benchmark's 8.9%. The consistent lag raises concerns about the legacy investment strategy that we have inherited. Compare this to a simple low-cost all-world market tracker fund following the FTSE All-World Index, which achieved approximately 7.6% over the one-year period and around 16% annualised over 5 years. Such trackers offer broad, diversified exposure without unnecessary complexity, yet our fund trails significantly. I contend that at least part of this underperformance stems from an overemphasis on diversity, equity and inclusion initiatives and so-called green investments over and above that which is required in law, which often amount to little more than virtue signalling. Whilst these may sound noble, they divert focus from the core mandate, maximising returns. Stronger performance would help close the funding gap being worked on for the budget that will soon be brought to us to approve, reducing employer contributions and easing the strain on council budgets and ultimately our taxpayers. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Clive. I don't have anybody else who is desirous to speak, so therefore I return to Councillor Scott Packer as you reserve the right to talk.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I welcome the points raised from my colleague and have nothing else to add. Thank you very much.
I thank you very much, and therefore I return to Councillor John Slope for his final comments.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Again, thanks to officers and the Pension Committee colleagues, both for their work and for their comments this evening. The investment strategy is something we're working on at the moment. And yes, Councillor Clive was completely correct with the figures, and there is a move towards global equities, which provide a higher return with a lower cost base, and that's something we're certainly exploring, along with some other opportunities, perhaps some local investments. So, yeah, please watch this space, but it's something that we are certainly keeping our eye on, and it's something we're working hard to ensure we get the best return for the members of the pension committees. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Slope. I therefore ask and say it's time for the vote. For, against, abstentions. The vote is carried. These are 3 items in this subject. So the final one from Councillor Slope is annual report of the local pension board.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This report is not about policy change, it's about accountability. The local pension board exists to scrutinise the pension committee and ensure compliance with regulations and good practice. It acts as an independent, critical friend, and this year it examined administration performance, KPI monitoring, training compliance, risk management, cyber resilience, employer contribution policy. Importantly, the board reviewed the administrating authority discretions policy and confirmed compliance with statutory expectations. It also confirmed that the pension scheme's administration strategy is functioning with no major risks raised. It is recommended that the Council notes the annual reports of the local pension board. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Slope. Councillor Scott Packer, you reserve the right to speak, having no other speakers from the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have nothing to add to John's comments. I welcome them all. Thank you.
I thank you. Therefore, Councillor Slope, it's back on your patch. I suggest that you make your final comments.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you to the board members and officers involved. In pensions, as in all finance, transparency is not a burden, it's an insurance policy against mistakes, and that is what the public expects from us. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I thank you, and now we return to the vote for, against and abstentions. And the vote is carried. Well, you got through that lot like a dose of salts. All right, item 11, Market Square final budget position. I invite Councillor James Petter to introduce the report and move the proposal.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. This report has been through Cabinet, and during that time I mentioned it was not the place to deal with the saga that is the Market Square, but today certainly is. Tonight we hope to draw a line under the Market Square and put this to bed and face the facts. We know that an £8 million scheme ballooned to over 12 and it now finishes at 13.4. The public can see it, the market traders can see it, and the residents can see that we deserve to acknowledge in this chamber as well. Okay, so we must not forget that the people who felt the chaos more than most are our market traders. Their livelihoods were pushed aside, their concerns ignored, and they were left to operate in uncertainty while the project spiraled out of control. We lost many of them during this change. Many have served this town for generations, and we treated them as an afterthought. This is unacceptable. The administration inherited a project that had already veered off course. The key risks were missed, controls were weak, the costs rising while decisions carried out without the discipline that public money demands. Now, we have stepped in, we will stabilise it, and we will make it a success. Yes, the previous administration got the square open, but we have got the events running, and we will now bring life back to the town centre. This is a positive outcome, but the journey to get there should never have looked like this. Let me be clear, the overspend sits squarely with the previous administration. That is where the mistakes were made, and this is when the controls slipped. Our job has been to fix what has been left behind and to be honest with the public about how we got there. Tonight's settlement closes the financial chapter, but the lessons are not optional. Stronger governance, tighter project management, early intervention and proper accountability will now be in place. The project has been finished and I encourage everyone to use it and support it. However, in the end, we have to expect the results with a sober understanding of the cost of past failings. Our residents and our market traders who work day in and day out deserve more. So, Madam Chairman, I recommend this paper to the Chamber.
I thank you, Councillor Petter. I believe, Councillor Slope, you plan to second the proposal?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, I'd like to second this item, and I reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
I thank you. And therefore, I invite the Chamber to make comment. Councillor Chauhan.
It's on.
No.
It's jumped to me.
Okay. Councillor Coos.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. We're in this position because the previous administration didn't close the loopholes in the original contract, and that failure has cost this council and our residents money. It shouldn't have happened, but it did, and now we have to fix it. The settlement agreement is the best option. It stops a long, expensive legal fight, and it keeps us within the legal advice given by our council team. It guarantees the Market Square will be finished properly with all warranties and snaggings done. This is a hard lesson. Contracts must be checked every time. We will make sure this doesn't happen again. Today is about drawing a line under this, protecting the council's reputation and delivering the Market Square our residents and the businesses deserve. So let's move forward and focus on what matters, getting things done for our communities. Thank you.
Councillor Coos, I thank you. Councillor Jonathan Harris.
Yes, thank you, Chair. A few comments, if I may, on this document. I have made comments previously at Cabinet, so I'm not going to entirely repeat those. Clearly, a large amount of the funding for this came from the Town's Fund, and of course, all of us here have a vested interest in ensuring that the town is regenerated and flourishing. The points I sort of want to raise on this, though, is, again, we are spending time and time again, hours and hours and hours talking about Northampton. It is important, I'm not denying that, but we do have other areas, and I want to make sure this administration is held to account for developing effective regeneration plans for our towns. I know there is some work going on there, but please let's not lose sight of that. What I specifically keep asking for, and I never get direct answers on, is ensuring that we get a return on that £13.5 million. Whether it's overspend or not is rather irrelevant. So I know we measure footfall. I don't know what we do about measuring economic uplift in the town, car parking fees or visits or anything of that nature. But I think we all need to understand that that money has been put in, and therefore we need to see how it gets paid back and returned. And the point that's been made about market traders, we completely agree. Many of us had views that they should not have been moved to where they were moved to, and they should have potentially stayed in another part of the town. But if we are now so concerned about the faults of the past, then why do we not just encourage market traders by giving them a break and no fees for a period of time and see if we can get extra people back in? Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and some very good points, Councillor Harris. So you're right, we do need to be looking absolutely at return on investment. It's a tremendously large amount of money that's gone on contingency again, and it's quite refreshing, you know, that the gap between going on the doorstep and hearing people moan to actually delivering measurable difference in events. But as I've said many times now in this chamber, I advocate the support of all of our members in the House, and to Councillor Harris's team, only his new addition to his group has actually attended an event on the square. So I welcome that contribution from the group and expect to see you all there in force. Thank you, Councillor Aldridge.
I thank you, Councillor Arnold. Councillor Chauhan.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. When we opened this meeting earlier on today, the Leader of the Council opened the meeting by saying that he recognises the legacy, or will continue the legacy, left by the Conservatives. So I want to say that, you know, we've seen many videos of Councillor Petter talking about the town centre over social media and enjoying some of the legacy that the Conservatives left behind. So I just wanted to remind the Chamber of some of the investment that was brought in by the Conservatives, and the Market Square is part of the investment that came from that. You know, £40 million of grants and council capital was secured, and then private investment of £348 million. Now that's something that the previous Conservative government, council did secure and needs some recognition. I think it's all well and good standing up and saying there's been overspend on the Market Square, which there has been, but there also has to be a recognition of all of the funds and all of the funding that was attracted to the town centre by the Conservatives, and actually speak about those successes too. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
I thank you, Councillor Chauhan. Councillor Daniel Lister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I do thank the officers that worked on the Market Square project as well, because they're extremely professional throughout, and I would certainly never criticise them or the work that they did or any of the time that they took on the Market Square. It's so important to remember the Conservative administration secured the funding from the Towns Fund. We commissioned the designs, got the enabling work started, and that was the catalyst for the hundreds of millions of pounds that we have seen. Councillor Arnold talked at the beginning, the Greyfriars, Old Black Lion, Mayfair Heritage Park, Castle Park as it's now called. There are dozens of projects, BHS, and Marks and Spencer's. You could carry on going, Abington Street and Fish Street works that all were started by this Conservative administration, the previous administration, to kickstart and restart the regeneration of Northampton, a town that hadn't had enough work done to it. And we're proud of the legacy that we are leaving Northampton, because the future is looking very bright for the town, and we will wholly support it going forward. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Lister. Councillor Simpson, I will take one more after this and then we'll go for the vote.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just quickly to correct Councillor Arnold on his jibe at the Liberal Democrat Group not supporting events in the Market Square. We have been supporting events in the Market Square. 5 out of 6 of us attended the Pride event, which was a fantastic event. That was far more than Reform were supporting it. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Keith Holland-Delamere.
So firstly, I just have to declare an interest as being a member of Northampton Town Council and chair of the Community Services Committee. Basically, I won't add anything to what I said at Cabinet. Just a plea that in all regeneration projects, whether it be in Northampton or across West Northants, you talk to your parish and town councillors to help shape the proposals, because what we really do want is earliest opportunity to speak to the partners to sustain any developments going forward. And as a town council, we do invest quite a lot in events on the Market Square, including the Christmas lights, which for the Chronicle is Northampton Town Council, not WNC. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Councillor Holland-Delamere. And now I believe, Councillor Slope, you reserve the right to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. All the points have been noted, and I believe this case highlights the importance of robust front-end financial appraisal, stronger risk management, and earlier scrutiny of large-scale capital projects. Going forward, finance will ensure that lessons identified from Market Square are fully embedded in our new capital assurance framework, including tighter gateway reviews, improved optimism bias in cost planning, and clearer accountability over contractor risk. I therefore support the recommendation to approve the settlements, but with a firm commitment that we apply these lessons to protect public funds and strengthen the Council's financial governance in future regeneration projects. Thank you, Madam.
I thank you, Councillor Slope. And finally, Councillor James Petter, could you respond to the debate?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So many things I could respond to, but absolutely, I will acknowledge that the previous administration did a good job about bringing funds into the town. You cannot sort of like ignore that, but you've got a new administration in town. The public have spoken, and we will continue your good work. And going back to the other points raised, absolutely we need a return on our investment. Councillor Harris mentioned about the fact of making sure that every penny spent is well spent moving forward, and I will definitely agree with that. Just a couple of points. I mean, the Market Square is now where it is. We will fill it throughout the year, and we will make it a great success. We will continue to fill it with great events, and I really do ask everyone to come along. And I believe that we did all turn up at Pride, by the way, just a comment earlier on. I was certain there and a few others were there. So we will continue to support the market and everything else. So I would leave it there now, because I think enough has been said. A lot of supporters go, and we just need to support the market. So thank you very much, and I'd like to leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Petter. Right, we travel to the vote. For, against, abstentions. The vote has carried. And once again, I will endorse, please, as many of you can, do attend the events on the Market Square, but also in our villages, in Brackley, Towcester, Daventry, and so on. This is Christmas. It's time, season's greetings. It's time to celebrate. Okay. Let's go on to the next item. Item 12, Youth Justice Plan. I invite Catherine Shaw, Councillor Catherine Shaw, to introduce the report and move the proposal. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm presenting the Northamptonshire Youth Justice Plan for 2025 to 2026. This is a statutory document required under the Crime and Disorder Act 1998, and it forms part of the Council's policy framework, which means it has to come through full Council for approval. Youth offending affects public safety, community confidence, and long-term spending. If we want a safer Northampton, if we want fewer victims, and if we want taxpayers' money used properly, then we need the youth justice system that works, not in theory, but in practice. This plan sets out exactly how this will happen. First, the Youth Justice Service is a statutory partnership: police, probation, children's services, health, and the voluntary sector. It exists for one reason: to prevent offending and re-offending by children and young people. That's the aim set in law, and that's the aim we're holding them to. Over the last year, the Northamptonshire Youth Justice Service has performed strongly. However, this plan sets out the next steps for 2025 to 2026. The priorities are clear, and they are the right ones. Stronger support for victims, especially young victims. Tracking disproportionality, so children from different backgrounds are treated fairly and the system is consistent. Preventing serious youth violence using proper community intelligence and targeted work. Improving education engagement, because 40% of the young people in the system were barely attending school, and that has to change. Expanding youth voice and mentoring, because young people are more likely to respond to the service if they feel they have a stake in it. These priorities are practical, focused on outcomes, and based on evidence, not ideology. The financial position is also set out. So the Youth Justice Service is funding through a mix of partner contributions and the Youth Justice Board grant. We expect a 1.5% uplift nationally, which is modest but welcome. The plan has to be submitted and signed off by the Management Board before we receive the grant, so approval is not optional. If we don't approve it, we don't get the funding. Legally, we have no discretion here. Section 40 of the Crime and Disorder Act is very clear. The plan must be produced, it must go to the Youth Justice Board, and it must be published as directed by the Secretary of State. It then goes to His Majesty's Inspector of Probation and is placed in the House of Commons Library. There is no new risks created by approving this report. Consultation with the statutory partners has already taken place. The Management Board approved it in June, and a child-friendly version will follow so young people understand the system they're part of. Councillors, this is a core statutory responsibility. It supports public safety. It uses early intervention to reduce long-term cost pressures. It ensures our partners do their part, and it gives us the governance needed to hold the services to account for outcomes. My recommendation is simple. 1, the Council considers the content of the Youth Justice Plan, and the Council notes the priorities of 2025 and 2026. This keeps us compliant with the law, aligned with the policy framework, and focused on preventing crime, supporting victims, and reducing future demand on the system. Thank you.
I thank you. And now I believe that Carolyn Phillips, you're planning to second the proposal. Oh, sorry. No, it's been changed. Carolyn Phillips. Who is planning to second this proposal? I am. Sorry. Her mic's not working? I'm sorry. Thank you, Ryan.
Thank you.
It's working now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to second this motion. The Youth Justice Plan before us is not just a statutory requirement, it is a statement of how seriously we take the safety, well-being and future of Northamptonshire's young people. Every number in this report represents a child, every intervention represents a chance to change a life, and every failure in the system becomes a cost borne by victims, by communities and ultimately by the taxpayer. That is why this plan matters. The priorities set out are the right ones, strengthening support for victims, particularly young victims. It's essential. Addressing disproportionality is not a box-ticking exercise. It is about fairness, legitimacy and public confidence, and tackling serious youth violence through intelligence-led targeted work is not just prudent, it is responsible. We also know that education is one of the strongest protective factors a young person can have. When nearly half of those entering the system have barely attended school, we have clear warning. This plan responds to that challenge head-on. And crucially, it recognises something too often overlooked. If young people are given a voice and a stake in the service that supports them, outcomes improve. Mentoring and youth participation are not add-ons, they are part of the solution. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Phillips. Councillor Zoe Smith.
Thank you, Chair. And I wanted to echo the comments made about the importance of this report and the impact it will have on young people and those who live in our community. I want to commend the comments made by the earlier speaker. It is essential the youth work done by our community groups of all kinds are really essential in what we do. What's particularly important is the recognition that recognising that child-centred care is vital, that children's diverse experiences will impact on the lives that they lead, the experiences they have and the support they need. So recognising that education should be centred around a child's needs, whatever they may be, including things like neurodiversity and the support needed for people who experience barriers in education as a result of that, is vital. And also the equity, inclusion and recognising the unique experiences of all people is a key to making sure people get the right support that they need, that everything is centred on the child, and that we recognise that when people don't start from the same starting point in life and don't start with equal opportunities, that it is our role to ensure that they are supported and that the care they receive and the interventions they receive are tailored to recognise their diverse experiences. And I hope that what we take from that as a council is a commitment to support those policies and to support that approach to supporting our young people and all our communities.
I thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Aldridge.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you very much for a comprehensive youth justice plan. Really useful with lots of details. Just going to do a little reminder. It's the Council's constitution sets out that the Youth Justice Plan forms part of the policy framework that is decided by full Council. So I'm a bit disappointed that actually this plan did not come to relevant scrutiny committees, which I would have expected to have happened as we are here today making decisions about it. I've got some basic questions in terms of how many young people involved in the youth justice system. It would be a question that I would want to have an answer to as a local councillor. There are also patterns and trends in the plan that are extremely worrying. For example, violent crimes and robbery by young people has increased significantly over the past 5 years. Burglary rates have almost doubled over between 23 and 24. You've also got issues that are to do with patterns around particular groups and being overrepresented. So, for example, black and mixed heritage children and young people are significantly overrepresented in harsher sentencing. And there is also overrepresentation of care experienced children and young people. And as already been said, 40% of children and young people in the system had attendance rates in schools of less than 50%. So I think really those
Councillor Aldridge, could you finish, please?
Yes. So my big questions are, why have we not got very specific targets and specific actions to be taken forward? And what's going to be the basis of reporting progress against the plan without some very specific targets and actions being incorporated into the plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Aldridge. Councillor Baker, but hold on. I have 5 more speakers after that. And this will be, I'll then draw the line. Thank you. Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chairman. Some of the items I was going to say have already been said, so I won't try not to repeat that. This is a very good report and clearly shows the work that Claire O'Keefe and her team are doing, and it has been rated by the Inspectorate as a good board. However, there is a lack of clarity in some areas. The report states, for example, on page 86, that it is 24-25, and I think it should say it's the plan for 25-26. Reading the report, we can see that there is a relatively small number of young people who are committing the larger number of crimes. The report states that 50% of these young people have SEN issues, and many are care experienced, and as has been said, 40% missing school. We are now at the stage where the service is working well, when these problems need to be addressed. In the same way that early help supports our children's concerns in other areas, this is certainly an area where this should be a priority. My question 1 is, what plans does the portfolio holder have to support the Children's Trust with this early help work? And secondly, I would like some clarity on the numbers that are quoted. I find them quite misleading in places where ethnicity is described. There are several different ethnic groups mentioned. However, there's a large number of white young people, which doesn't break down into white British, white Eastern European, or there's quite a lot of area there which I think we need more clarity on. And I think this should be done as a priority to understand the information given. So I hope this can be addressed, please. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Gaskell.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. I welcome this report for the Youth Justice Plan, and I fully support its priorities. As Councillor Shaw has just stated, the Youth Justice Service is a statutory multi-agency partnership with a clear responsibility to prevent offending and reoffending among young children and young people under the age of 18 in Northamptonshire. This plan reflects strong commitment to prevention, tackling serious youth violence and addressing disproportionality. It's pleasing to see that this year the Youth Justice Service has expanded prevention initiatives including gang awareness, victim empathy training and multi-agency referrals through their website and partner agencies. I commend the team for their hard work and look forward to seeing these ambitions delivered for the benefit of our communities and the wards that we all represent. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Clive.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I fully recognise the critical need for robust youth justice services in West Northamptonshire for the many reasons we've already mentioned. These provisions are vital for safer communities, better outcomes for vulnerable young people, and in reducing the long-term cost to society and taxpayers. However, whilst the intent is sound, the report itself is a masterclass in corporate jargon, playing out like a game of woke bingo, and adding layers of buzzwords that dilute clarity and prioritise virtue signalling rather than focusing more intently on practical strategy. The style risks alienating readers and obscuring actionable steps behind a veil of fashionable lingo. Furthermore, there is a reference to the outdated ACPO Child Gravity Matrix replaced in 2023 and also further updated in 2025 by the National Police Chiefs Council's Gravity Matrix. We should be using the more up-to-date matrix which better reflects current best practices in assessing child vulnerability and exploitation risks. I assume this is an unintentional oversight or typo. Finally, the report frequently presupposes institutional or structural disparities in causation and outcomes amongst different races, particularly emphasising alleged disproportionality for black and mixed heritage children without a shred of evidence beyond bald assertions. Such claims demand robust data, not assumptions, in order to avoid fueling division or misallocating resources based on ideology rather than facts. Future reports and target setting needs to prioritise plain English over performative language and assumptions. Despite these flaws, I am happy to have noted and considered the report and the underlying activity which it does represent, the importance of which we heard earlier from Miranda Wixon, and so I will be in favour of the report.
Thank you, Councillor Clive. Councillor Laura Coos.
Do I pray? Oh, there we go. Nearly. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to just make a few comments here. The Public Health is a named statutory partner in the Youth Justice Service Management Board, which approved the plan in June 25. I welcome the strong partnership working demonstrated in this plan, particularly the inclusion of Public Health as a statutory partner. This integrated approach is essential for tackling the wider determinants of health and reducing inequalities. The emphasis on prevention and contextual safeguarding aligns perfectly with our public health priorities, and early intervention is key to reducing harm and improving the long-term outcomes for young people. I'm really pleased to see the focus on care experienced children and addressing disproportionality. These actions will help ensure fairness and reduce future vulnerabilities that often impact adult social care from children going through. Recognising the impact of trauma and embedding trauma-informed approaches is commendable. This will support better mental health and well-being outcomes for young people, and outcomes is where we want to go with children. The plan's commitment to involving young people in shaping services is excellent. Co-production is a principle we value highly across the health and care services. Strengthening restorative justice is a positive step that promotes healing and community cohesion, which aligns with our wider well-being objectives. The inclusion of mental health and substance misuse priorities shows good alignment with public health strategies and will help us deliver joined-up support. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Councillor Coos. And finally, Councillor Hastie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you to all the other councillors who, I think, especially with the experience in children's education and also welfare, I think that they've said pretty much very eloquently a lot of the things I was probably going to fumble over. The one thing I would like to say is that I firmly believe that this is across portfolios, this is across parties, and it's across all aspects of the services we provide, whether that be housing, agency support, the very nature of community and family. And once again, I think the sharing of knowledge across parties is going to be invaluable to help West Northants deliver the best outcomes for the children. And I, once again, welcome that open communication. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I thank you, Councillor Hastie. I apologise, Councillor Lister.
I'm not planning to speak, but I think the recommendation point B is just slightly incorrect and needs updating to 25-26 before you move it.
Yes, can we do that? That's fine. Thank you very much indeed. Therefore, Councillor Catherine Shaw, I return to you to respond to the debate on the proposal. 2 minutes, but could you also use the figures 25-26?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start off by saying, given the open communication that I have with both Councillor Aldridge and Councillor Baker, it's a shame that you couldn't come before and you've left it to today to say what you've said, but it is what it is. It's healthy debate. But I would like to speak plainly, and for nearly 2 decades, we've lived through a slow unravelling. When youth provision was cut back in and critical services such as Sure Start faded, it didn't cause an explosion, it's caused an erosion. A quiet hollowing out of the very places where children once found safety, guidance and belonging. And we're living in the consequences now, unfortunately. Across every service, every school and every family, the strains are being felt. This isn't about blame, it's about honesty. Decisions made over many governments and many administrations, combined with inflation, household pressures, and the rising complexity of need, have brought us to a very difficult time. I would like to just comment on there being quite a shift in culture. We are rebuilding these foundations, so hopefully one day in the near future we can discuss the youth justice in a different light and it not be, sorry. Approving this plan is a legal requirement regardless, so making it meaningful is a moral one. And from what I've heard tonight, no one in the chamber intends to walk away from from the responsibility. So let us move forward with clarity and resolve. Let us approve this plan as not just a tick box exercise, but as a commitment. And as for comments on stats, Councillor Aldridge, I will be sure to get back to you in writing. Okay, thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Shaw. And so we proceed to the vote. For, against, abstentions. The vote is passed. Item 13, changes to political balance and committee places. I invite Councillor Arnold to introduce the report and move the proposal. 5 minutes. Councillor Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm conscious of time and everyone's desire to be expedient with the meeting. So I'm delivering this report today to acknowledge the change in the political balance following the movement of a member from one party to another. And it's a simple matter of proportionality and making sure the appointments into committees are acknowledged duly through the process. So I did think about recommending something entirely different to the council, but I thought better than doing that in front of you. So the recommendations guarantee every group gets its rightful share of seats, and including those who have recently discovered a new love of yellow rosettes. So thanks to Councillor Aldridge's sudden conversion to Liberal Democrats, they've now grown faster than their manifesto promises. Maybe some more fence sitting we're yet to see. Anyway, I commend the report to Council, but before doing so, I should always caution a member, and indeed my party receives members from other parties as well, but we must check that the grass is always greener on the other side, and that it's not instead AstroTurf painted yellow. Thank you.
I now invite Councillor Craig Morris to second the proposal.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to second this proposal. Just a couple of comments. Our fabulous Paul Hanson produced the report, which is pages 177 to 180 in the bundle this evening. And I also note that Councillor Fazana Aldridge, obviously, as most will know in this chamber, stepped across to the Liberal Democrats. And I would just like to say the courage to do that and walk across the floor has to be commended. So we would all like to thank you for having that courage and going where you feel you need to. So we wish you the best of luck. Also, we note that you've taken your place on, I believe, if this is correct, and I know Paul well enough to know by now that it's almost certain it is correct, you have taken your place on the Non-Strategic Planning Committee. So we also wish you success on that. If that's not the case, then ignore the comment. But as I say, I do second this motion, and I reserve the right to speak. Thank you.
No, you can't.
I won't talk again.
You can't reserve the right to speak. Yeah. You have spoken.
Fabulous. Well, thank you very much.
You've got 37 seconds left if you want to add. I
don't want to add anything else, and thank you very much, Madam Chairman.
Not at all. Thank you, Councillor Morris. Anyway, I invite anybody who wishes to speak on this subject matter. As yet, I have nobody listed. Councillor Harris.
Very little to say, Chair. We're extremely proud to welcome Councillor Fazana Aldridge to our group. I'm not going to engage in all the nonsense and the silly banter about tonight because reform must have come from somewhere. And be interested to know where all your little membership cards were once upon a time, but for another day.
I thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Coos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I welcome this update as it ensures a reflection in the current political balance in line with statutory requirements. Maintaining fairness and transparency in representation is essential for good governance and helps uphold public confidence in the Council's decision-making process. Thank you.
I thank you. Then I now return to Councillor Arnold to close the debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I don't really have anything other than discuss other to wish Councillor Aldridge every success in her new colours and value her contributions to this chamber and the committees in which she sits on and adds valuable contributions. And I'm sure I will enjoy a gin and tonic with her at some point on the Market Square at an event. Thank you.
I thank you. Therefore, we'll proceed to the vote for, against and abstentions. He's too late. The motion is carried. All right, we go to item number 14, new public mortuary. I gather for this event we need to clear the room. May I remind you, if the members wish to discuss the exempt appendix to this report, the meeting must remove to the private session.
Sorry, Madam Chairman. I believe the members of the administration that the content of the excluded papers may be revealed, so I believe we need to move to a private session.
Thank you. Can I just read that under Section 100A of the Local Government Act, the public and press to be excluded from the meeting from the following items of business, on the grounds that if the public and press were present, it would be likely that exempt information falling under the provision of the Schedule 12A, Part 1, Paragraph 3, would be to disclose them, and that in all the circumstances of this case, the public interest in maintaining the exemption outweighs the public interest in disclosing the information. And this will apply to item 14 and to item 15. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. If you from the public gallery would like to leave us, you are welcome at the end of the debate. Cabinet members will need to take a note of all of their questions and respond once they've been asked. I am going to limit the questions to 4 per Cabinet member, beginning with the leader, then the deputy leader, and so on. I have asked opposition groups to coordinate this, and I hope this means we can fit more questions in, but I would ask members to be succinct with their questions and mindful that others will also wish to ask questions. We've got 25 minutes until the guillotine.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll move
and we have now returned to open session. So, Roger, if you would like to ask anybody to join us, be my guest. That might include my husband. However, the first lot of questions go to Mark Arnold.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll raise a point of order immediately, thank you, given the clear obfuscation of democracy in session this evening and the removal of a motion from the debate that I believe was ruled allowable, but you've deliberately taken a decision not to allow. So we'll move to a point of order and ask the question be now put that questions are not taken, and we move to the next item of business. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
What? End.
Give me 1 second, I will take advice. I want the questions asked. Thank you, Councillor Arnold. I wish provision for the questions to be asked. No more questions than 4 per council member, cabinet member. I thank you. And we start with questions for yourself.
Thank you, Chair. From me?
Yes, hold on, sorry. Councillor Harris, I did say that I would allow you, Councillor Arnold, to make some update and comments.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. On acknowledgement of your free right to do as you wish in this chamber, my Cabinet members are now instructed to only provide written answers to questions. Members may freely ask questions of the Cabinet member and we will duly reply in writing. Thank you.
That's your choice. Thank you very much indeed. Can we start, please, with Councillor Harris?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I have 2 questions for Councillor Arnold and I have a question for Councillor Slope. Councillor Arnold, first of all, I'd like to start by noting that your frequent visits to London to the Farage School of Charm is rubbing off. Congratulations. I'm not sure if you attended the etiquette training the other evening, but I want to refer to events from earlier this evening. Dismissing residents' concerns out of hand who've taken the time and trouble to raise them, who pay for their services and use theirs and the council's democratic process to express their views, bluntly, is crass. So would you apologise to those people that you've offended who've taken their time to exercise their democratic right? My second question to you, with reference to the Market Square and all of those events, I've said to you before, great, lovely, fantastic. We need full transparency on all investment being made into any of those events in the Market Square so we can get full return. And if your measure of success is whether or not councillors attend, you might want to understand and remember that we represent other parts of West Northamptonshire. They do exist. And we often have events in our own villages and market towns on those weekends. Councillor Slope, my question to you. I'm rather surprised at some of the debates tonight. In fact, I'm glad we missed one out. I want to know why, when we're £10 million overspend, we spend £17,000 on a leaflet like this, which has been very hit and miss in terms of the way that it's arrived on people's doorsteps, and it is not an essential item of spend. I thought we were looking after every pound that we spend. Meanwhile, I can't get pavement swept, and welcoming
Councillor Harris, can you finish, please?
I will. You mentioned also earlier scrutiny of capital projects. I agree. Maybe that's why MPH has been put forward to scrutiny for Monday.
I thank you. Councillor Sally Keeble.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I would actually ask that Councillor Arnold, actually it would be really helpful, I think, for a lot of people if you gave an answer to my question, because it is one that affects a particularly iconic part of Northampton life, which is St Andrews. You do make reference to adult social care and so on in your report. We've already seen that CAMS is closed, that the dementia care is closed. The work bridge is due to close actually before you'll speak next. We'll meet here next. And that is a much loved and much valued part of Northampton life. There's also actually fears for St Andrews as a whole. Some people say it's too big to fail, but it is very severely challenged. And there are real concerns for people about their long-term employment and also, of course, about the care services. So what I would ask you, and it would be really helpful if you would give a verbal assurance as well as give the information in writing, is what the council is doing, what discussions it's having with St Andrews, and what approaches it's making to the MPs and government and others to make sure that if the worst does happen, that there'll be proper arrangements for the placement of residents, bearing in mind that a lot of residents come from outside Northampton, but they may have lost contact with their home communities, or they may not want to go back there, so they may well need placements here. And also what's going to happen about employment, because St Andrews is a major employer here, particularly for young people. And I think that whatever frivolities and political differences we have, these are really, really
Councillor
key
Keeble, can you finish, please?
People will want assurances on. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Keeble. Councillor Lister.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The leader of your party misrepresented this council's legal position in Parliament, claiming we were about to issue foreclosure notices when we were actually still seeking legal advice. This could damage our credibility and our legal case. What did you tell Farage that led him getting the facts so wrong, and what have you done to set the record straight with him? And on a separate matter, you recently held your inaugural town and parish briefing at Franklin's Gardens. I understand there was a very nice lunch that followed. Can you confirm the total cost of the event to this authority, including the venue hire, catering and any other associated costs? Thank you.
Councillor Cecile Irving-Swift.
Sorry, it's a question for Councillor Slope, because we have no financial data at the moment. We are all your management, or you have all the numbers, but your leader is telling us that you have found the 20 million. So before the 22nd of December, we will have nothing to go and to hold you to account. So could you be a bit more specific? Because you said you want to be open and transparent, and so far you haven't been open and transparent, because you have told us you found 20 million, and I would like to have time to be able to scrutinize those 20 million, because I don't want to spend my Christmas day looking at the budget of the West Northamptonshire County Council. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Unitary.
Thank you, Councillor Irving-Swift. I actually have lost the list of the next councillor who's asked to speak. Councillor Rosie Humphreys.
Do I press it or not? Thank
yes.
you.
Can we allow Councillor Humphreys to speak, and then I know that you will reply to Councillor Keeble.
Thank you, Chair. First, a reflection. It's a real shame that the first full council meeting that we have to question cabinet members since the May elections and hear their voices, they've been gagged. What a pity. I just have one question for Councillor Slope, please. Just on the return for the ice rink funding that's been given towards it, which I think is £280,000. What is the expected return? I mean, would like to comment that while the events in the market, of course, are excellent for helping revitalise the space, if we can also encourage market traders during the many days between the events, that would make it look not so abandoned. Anyway, thank you. That's my question. Thank you.
I thank you, Councillor Humphreys. Now I need to know the next person on the list. Councillor Peter Matten.
Thank you. I have a question for Councillor James Petter, the Cabinet Member for Local Economy, Culture and Leisure. Thank you for your report, which I read with interest. I read the report on 35 to 45 Abington Street, Northampton. I read the report on Greyfriars in Northampton, St James Depot in Northampton, Castle Park in Northampton, the Vulcan Works in Northampton, and that was it. So are you aware of the existence of Daventry, Towcester and Brackley and our villages at all, please?
I thank you, Councillor Aldridge.
Yes, I have a couple of questions for Councillor Shaw and one for Councillor Stansfield. Given that we're likely to be, this is for Councillor Shaw, given that we're likely to have an inspection focused on areas of children's services within the next 4 to 6 months, what is the Cabinet members' analysis of the extent to which improvements have been made since the last inspection? My second question is, how can residents and the council be satisfied that there is no duplication and wastage of resources across the Northampton Children's Trust Services and WNC teams delivering children's services? And then the final one that I have is really, we ought to be having reports on schools' performance, how well our children and young people in West Northamptonshire are doing, particularly the vulnerable groups, but all children. We don't seem to get any reports on performance of pupils in schools, and similarly, how well are schools doing when it comes to Ofsted. My question for Councillor Stansfield is that I know that we are all aware that in some parts of West Northamptonshire, litter and fly tipping is an absolute blight. And I know that there have been a whole range of activities and actions being taken, one of which has been the Improving Environment initiative. And I'm just wondering, how much has that initiative cost in total, because a lot of officer time is spent along with residents and so
Councillor Aldridge, can you finish, please?
And finally, just what's been the impact in terms of improvements and sustainable improvements in terms of litter and fly tipping? Thank you.
Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to need your help with this one because my question is to Councillor Butler, who's not here, and I've already asked him this question in writing and not had a response. So can I ask this question and can I now get a response?
Yes, you can, because in fact, just to ask you or circumvent it, Councillor Arnold has told me that tonight he will reply where he can for Councillor Butler.
Great, I'll ask the question then. So in Councillor Butler's report, there's a section about active travel, which is really welcome. And I saw this come out when the consultation was announced on active travel plans for Northampton. And I asked him that, well, I said I thought that was really good. And I asked him, when will there be a consultation on active travel plans for the rest of West Northamptonshire? I refer in particular to the Daventry area where we have a half-completed cycle path. The Daventry to Bournemouth cycle path goes to the Canal Tunnel. It doesn't yet go to Bournemouth. And we have also plans on our doorstep in Rugby with their local plan where there is a new station coming in 2027. And yet, as yet, we do not have any plans for connections from West Northamptonshire to that station for cyclists and pedestrians. And it's rather ironic that because the original station used to be Kilsby and Crick, and was in West Northampton, so it's not that far away. So I would like to know when we'll be seeing some active travel plans being consulted on for the rest of West Northamptonshire.
I thank you. Councillor Baker. No.
Oh, sorry. Oh.
Thank you. Did have some questions, but part of the idea, as I know very well, and I've been subjected to this myself for many, many years of having been asked questions, is that the people watching the YouTube video can hear what the answers are. Now, if we have an email from Councillor Arnold with the answers, that's not really helpful, showing our residents that we are holding you to account and you know what you're doing. So I just want to put that out there, that I think it's very poor treatment of our residents for us to ask you a question and you to say you'll send me an email. The only thing that I'm going to ask for, Catherine, is we could have some data on the suspensions and exclusions. It says, you know, you're working on a large number of them. What's the number? And also it would be interesting to hear how the staff are getting on with the new computer system. So I'll leave it at that, because obviously I'm going to get an email.
I thank you, Councillor Baker. Councillor Arnold, you were actually next on the list, so could you answer the specific question to Councillor Keeble? And if you are able to speak on Councillor Butler's information, that would be helpful. But if not, maybe Councillor Butler can reply in the morning.
Madam Chairman, I'm willing to concede to all members and offer an apology if we can all agree that democracy has its place, and the members of the public who ask members to bring things to this chamber to be discussed do have their right. I'm very happy to answer these questions in the time we have left, all 24 minutes, then pass the questions the Cabinet can answer, and we'll do for members opposite. And
technically, we've only, I believe, got until 9:15. After that, we guillotine. But I would like, in answer to that question now, and it may be out of order, so I'm not performing accordingly, I would say, as per Councillor Baker, our constituencies online would no doubt have been delighted to receive comments and replies for those holding cabinet posts. I think we have to remember that we are only here by the courtesy of our elected body. So I thank you, and I think we should revise and look at this again. However, I now have Councillor Owens. You wish to make a comment? Well, hold on 1 second. Can you reply, Mark? That would be, sorry, Councillor Arnold.
Councillor Owens, I think you mean, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry. I would like, if at all possible, for Councillor Arnold to reply to my statement, and then Councillor Owens, if you could make a comment, I would be delighted.
Oh.
Sorry, Chair,
hold on, we've got to just re-jinx.
I think it's come to me because we've...
Councillor Arnold.
Oh, we're back on. Good, thank you. And again, apologies to members present. Question number one, yes, I was in attendance at the etiquette training the other day. I was in the Cabinet Room 114, sitting next to Councillor Butler and in view on his screen for those members watching. And I then dialed in on my own device whilst travelling and listening at distance. So I thought it was of extremely good quality, and my thanks to Paul and Sarah for their delivery. In terms of my response to Councillor Harris, I believe we have a little bit of licence in this chamber to be flamboyant, and no, I won't apologise, but I will listen, and I always listen. So in terms of your points to the Market Square, I agree, but I would not like to see being held to ransom the attendance of members upon the provision of financial information. I think we should draw a line under this, move on, and everybody attend and continue supporting. In terms of the leaflet costs, I sanctioned that myself. It was an idea that I discussed with the comms team. It was in a challenge to a budget line for an annual magazine of much bigger volume that typically landed on dustbins more than doorsteps. So we took a view that where the bin leaflet would advertise the refuse emptying times at Christmas, we would be able to expand on that for significantly less. And the cost of that was 8.4 pence per household. And I think, given that we managed to advertise the bin emptying times at Christmas, the Market Square ice rink, and all other ways of contacting the council, and not least a health and wellbeing message that's really important for members to understand in times of hardship at Christmas where they go, represents extremely good value for money. The answer to Councillor Keeble on the point of Workbridge, the team, we've asked our colleagues in council and departments to look at options in which we can continue to support St Andrews, and if possible, if not directly, indirectly, and I'm happy to write back to you what that looks like. It will cut me off. I will take that offline, work with Councillor Coos and furnish you with a written response.
Councillor Arnold, can you finish, please?
I certainly can, Mr Vice Chair. I'm glad that it's recognised that our esteemed leader in Westminster is rubbing off. I think he does a good service to our members. The parish conference was funded by NCALC to the tune of around £6,000, and it's historic money that's being continuously dispersed to do that. But it had been noted, in line with the comment I made about the buffet at MPH, that we need to be looking at best value for our residents, and as such I've asked that conference be brought into our estate next year. And I think every other comment there, apart from Councillor Butler, I will review the active travel with Councillor Butler upon his return from his medical visit and come back to you, Councillor Simpson, with due pleasure. Thank you very much.
I thank you, Councillor Arnold. Are you prepared to answer the question? I thank you, Councillor Smith. The problem is I could barely hear what you were saying. So I think this is a difficult situation. What I would like to do is I asked Councillor Owens to speak and made a mess of it. However, I think that there are certain questions that should be answered. Councillor Aldridge, Councillor Baker, you all asked questions. And we now actually have got to the guillotine hour. Are you prepared to go on for another 15 minutes to finish those questions that have already been asked? I won't finish all the items, apparently, but it is my choice. I would like to have those questions answered for the benefit of our constituents that have been asked, which will take it up to 15 minutes to the half hour at 9:30. Thank you. So therefore, could you answer Councillor Aldridge's questions?
Chair.
Yes, go on.
My light has come on, so I'm in line next to speak.
Okay.
Hold
on 1 second. I have to consult.
So if I can just clarify then, members, the Chair has made the decision to continue until 9:30. Given that Councillor Arnold has expressed that he was willing to respond to the questions, she's now asking that other Cabinet members who have had questions put to them, whether they are now able to respond to those questions in the chamber, and then obviously we would then look to take any additional questions if time is permitting.
Thank you. So I believe that the first set of questions... Sally, Councillor Keeble, did you have your questions answered sufficiently by Councillor Arnold? Sorry, I can't... Sorry, we're going to have to clear the queue. Apologies.
Sally, do you want to use my mic? Sally.
Okay, can I... yeah,
Councillor
fine,
Keeble.
I'm here now.
Thank you.
No, I haven't, because what I was actually asking about, and it's a really serious issue, is the possibility that St Andrews Hospital itself might close, not just Workbridge, and it's about the extent to which the council is thinking about how it would deal with the fallout from that. So it's, you know, thinking the unthinkable, but it does possibly have to be thought about fairly seriously given the services that have already closed there. Also Workbridge, but not only Workbridge.
Councillor Arnold, could you reply to that question, please?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. No, I accept the member's point, Councillor Keeble. Thank you. I misunderstood you at the first hearing there. St Andrews is a private establishment, as we know, and I will need to take advice, and indeed I'll definitely do that with Councillor Coos and the Director of Public Health, David Johns, and we will liaise and discuss, and I will duly inform you. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Aldridge, you had questions? Who were they to? I can't remember.
It was me, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'd rather to confirm the facts given the sensitivity. So if I can get back to you in writing and with how much on social media, I'm sure you can post it on there so residents can see anyway. Thank you.
Councillor Baker, you had a question.
Oh, yeah, sorry. And oh, it's my time. And my question
I'm just asking to have my questions answered.
Oh, sorry. And to Laura Coos, Councillor Laura Coos, sorry, under the public health agenda, we have spoken about the incidence of respiratory diseases and early deaths in my ward. My question now to you is, what initiatives is the new public health director taking on this? Thank you.
Don't understand. Who was that question applied to? But she can't reply, can she? I know, I understand that. Yes, please. Yes.
Point of order, Madam. The whole idea was that the original questions that were asked would be answered by the Cabinet, and then if there was any time left, they would be for new questions to be answered to the Cabinet. Since I was the original person that was due to answer the question, we shouldn't be allowing any new questions until the original questions had been answered by the original persons.
Unfortunately, there's an issue with the queuing system. Yes, do.
There is an issue with the queuing system in terms of how it works. So obviously, if members then continue to press their button to indicate that they wish to ask a question, it then causes difficulties. We have to clear the queuing system to enable a Cabinet member to reply. But so what I would suggest we do is now go to that question that was just asked and provide a response to that, and then cover off any of the other questions that were then asked earlier in the evening by those Cabinet members, so that hopefully we can bottom the questions that have already been put to Cabinet members.
All right.
I do understand your point. It's obviously that there are members of this council that very rarely get to ask a question to the Cabinet. And I'd very much like to be able to ask that question before the Cabinet before this meeting is closed.
Yes.
And whilst I do appreciate that, as you've rightly pointed out, we do have questions on the floor already that need to be answered before we can proceed. So let's address those questions that have already been put. And then obviously if there is time, then we'll come to any additional questions at that time. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Baker.
Goodness me. I'm very happy for Councillor Shaw to answer my questions because they probably are a bit more complicated. But I just would like to reiterate that in future it would be good if you had a cursory answer, even if you put more information in email later so that our residents can hear from our Cabinet members. Thank you.
Because Councillor Aldridge should actually...
Madam Mayor, can I ask my question to the Cabinet member?
It's called Councillor Chairman, but don't worry.
Madam Chair, sorry, I do apologise. It's been a long night. Can I ask my question? Can I go ahead?
No, not at this moment.
I think the Chair would now like Councillor Aldridge to speak. If I could please ask that members do not press any buttons at this point, simply so that we can deal with the questions that have already been put to the Cabinet members. The Chair will introduce each member as to speak. Press your button then, you will automatically go to the top of the queue and we will deal with your question and then the answer to that question and we'll move through it in that way. But if I could ask all other members, please not to press buttons. Otherwise, we have to delay by keep clearing the queue up here, etc. Thank you.
Councillor Aldridge.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
I've already asked the questions of Councillor Shaw. I'm happy to repeat those. Really, what I wanted to know is the analysis by the Cabinet member of the extent to which improvements have been made since the last inspection. Because that's obviously a strategic role and I would hope that there would be a response to that. And also another strategic question, which is about any duplication or wastage of resources between the Children's Trust and the WNC Children's Services side of things. And then the final point that I'd put to Councillor Shaw was about performance of schools and educational outcomes for children and young people. That's not reported on, but does she have a view about that? And overall, an analysis of Ofsted inspection findings for all schools in West Northamptonshire. Thank you.
I thank you. Councillor Shaw, can you reply where you can?
I have already replied, Madam Chair, and it will be a case of getting back to Councillor Aldridge via in writing. She can put it wherever she wants to put it. I'm happy with that, but due to the complexity and the sensitivity, I'd rather get back to her in writing. Thank you.
I thank you for your reply. Councillor Zoe Smith. Oh, I apologise. Councillor Irving Swift.
Yes, the administration said that they are very open and clear, but so far we cannot see anything because the budget we don't know, we don't have period 7, period 8. So how now they have told the leader say that they have found 20 million of saving, and so if they have found them, why not to tell us so we can start our work? Thank you.
Councillor Slope, I'm sure you can answer that question in some capacity.
Yes, thank you for the question. The actual breakdown, we've been having the star chambers, and there's about 100 items on there, and there were green and amber ones. And if we add up the green and amber, we come to about 13 million. And because of the well-functioning pension team that you've been hearing tonight, we've been told that we're going to get a shade under 7 million. We'll be paying less in contributions, that the council will be paying in contributions. So that 13 million of those, that star chamber, and the 7 million make up the 20 million. But I appreciate it. If you'd like to know more, there's only so much we can give out any time. But I think in answer to that one, yeah, from Star Chambers about 13 million, and from the pension fund about another 7 million. So that's the 20 million, and we're waiting for the fair funding reviews. Certain matters involve staffing and other things, and which we're not at liberty to divulge at this time, because it's complicated about replacing people and things like that. So it's, we will release the information as and when we can. Thank you.
Councillor Zoe Smith, you had some questions.
Thank you, Chair. I just think it is important for future meetings that it is very clear to us whether all the questions of Councillor Arnold, followed by all the questions for Councillor Petter and so on, is the order in which we're going, because I think that would assist councillors in knowing who the questions are going to. My question was for Councillor Manning, and it is to do with the local plan and particularly around the consultation. Our residents are particularly keen, given their sense, particularly in urban areas, that there is a disparity between the amount of protection that local plans afford more rural areas and the amount of protection and support for communities they feel they have in urban areas where unregulated development is really creating difficulties and putting undue pressure on already quite pressured communities such as mine in Abington and Phipsville. So my question is, how can we be absolutely ensured that the local plan will create more robust protection to prevent the overdevelopment of more urban areas such as Abington, Phipsville, Castle and so on? And also, have we looked to other councils and other local plans to identify the way in which they are set up to provide robust protection for their residents and to ensure that people are aware that we can defend what we know we need for our local areas to bodies such as the National Planning Inspectorate, because we need our local plan to provide us and our officers with the tools to promote what we know is really important for our communities and what our residents are crying out for.
Councillor Manning.
Oh, yep, back in the room. Sorry, my bad. Yes, we have been looking at the urban areas and unregulated development. Unfortunately, quite a few of the ones I believe that you brought up before did fall in permitted development, which is something that unfortunately doesn't get taken away when a class changes from like C3 into a HMR. I believe that's one instance that you've been brought up before to, it went in the Chronicle and Echo. Yes, we are looking at how other local plans have helped protect urban areas, and I understand what you're saying about how rural areas have more protection. So I will definitely get back to you in writing on how we are actually putting that forward into the new local plan, and I hope that's nudged you in some way.
I thank you. Councillor Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has recently been announced that the Integrated Care Board, or ICB, has launched its 5-year strategy called Live Your Best Life. On the surface, this plan sets out an admirable vision for more coordinated and effective healthcare across our region. However, given the wider concerns surrounding the national health proposals and the potential impact they may have on frontline services, I would like to ask Councillor Coos to reassure this Council that under this new ICB plan, patient care will not be diminished in any way, and that residents of Northants will continue to receive the high-quality care they deserve. Thank you, Madam.
Councillor Coos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for raising this really important point. I share your commitment to ensuring that the implementation of the Integrated Care Board's Live Your Best Life strategy strengthens rather than compromises. The quality of patient care is really, really important, and we need to make sure it stays that way. The strategy is designed to deliver more of a joined-up service, improve accessibility and focus on prevention and early intervention. These changes will be underpinned by quality standards and the continuous monitoring to ensure that patient safety and outcomes remain at the heart of all of the decisions. We will continue to work closely with partners in the health and social care to provide assurance that these principles are upheld throughout this transition. And please be assured that maintaining and improving the quality of care is one of our top priorities. May I take this moment to respond to Councillor Keeble on the same note with Workbridge? I am expecting an update on the Workbridge. We are liaising with them to ensure continuity of care. So on your other points, I have a meeting coming up, so if you'd like me to share, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very sorry, we are out of time. Hold on before you rise. I thank you for your patience. We will do some more work on this. It is important that our constituents hear what our Cabinet have to say. So in the future, over the next 3 months, we'll sort out the issues. Councillor Ware, I know that you had a question. Can you please send it in writing to the Cabinet members that you'd like to ask it of? And once again, it's now 9:30. I thank you and good night.
Madam Chairman, before we break, given the administration's lack of reply to a number of the questions, can I ask that all questions are circulated to all members with all of the answers and recorded in the minutes for accuracy?
Agreed.
Yes, so that's okay, but it is on your own back to do it. Thank you.
Yeah, but when they turned into really bad politicians very quickly, or very good politicians.